at one of the crash scenes.
Morning, Oliver.
Yeah, good to have you on board, Sean, and really looking forward to your presentation later on.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invite. It was quite an honor for you to invite me. Thank you very much, man.
No, I think, your story is something that we need to hear, because most people, as you know, Sean, have this perception that it can't happen to me. And I think some of the things you're going to talk about makes them understand, hey, it can happen to me very quickly. So looking forward to it.
Yes. You're right that it happens very quick, and when least expected, eh?
Yeah. Great. Well, we'll chat later. So you don't need to hang around all day, obviously, but you can just join when your slot is on. But if you
No. I plan to be in the office, so I'm in the office. So I've got a few things to do, which I'll. Yeah, but some of the presentation look interesting anyway. So yeah, I'll definitely join you for the day.
Okay, fantastic, Sean. Thanks again, chat later.
Chat later.
Right.
Okay, guys, we live. Remember, we're live now, so on YouTube. So I'll start admitting the people into the meeting. Looking forward to doing this event with you guys today.
Yep, same here.
Hi, Oliver. Can you hear me?
Morning, Paul. We can hear you. Morning.
Hi, Harry. I've just got one potential snag. I'm working from home and I've got a take-a-lot delivery. They told me it's coming today. So
Yes.
if it happens to come during my presentation, I just have to open the gate for them. I just have to play it by ear, but I'm just warning you in advance.
No problem, Paul.
It's look, statistically it's unlikely, but they could come anytime from now until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Well,
Okay,
Paul,
no
you've always been an outlier, so I'm almost sure it will arrive just as you start your presentation.
Yeah. No, well, I thought, Oliver, if you could, I don't know if you've got some interesting clothes on today, but I thought you could maybe do a dance or something just while I'm getting the.
Okay, I'll give it some thought.
We're looking forward to that.
We just want to know what you're getting, Paul. That's the $500,000 question.
I'll wear it for my second presentation if it arrives. It was actually scheduled to arrive on the 9th. And then this morning there was an SMS to say it's arriving today. So, you know,
Good service.
yeah, it is good service.
Righto, good morning, everybody. I think we can start. We're still allowing in a lot of people into the meeting, but there's some housekeeping to be done, and hopefully you guys had a wonderful morning and it's not too cold yet where you are. We've been looking forward to be spending this day with JC Auditors and being hosted by them today, and our host being Oliver Naindu. And I'll give him opportunity just now to introduce us to the company. Just some little housekeeping. We're doing this obviously on the Zoom meeting platform, so please keep yourselves muted until we give you opportunity. If you want to ask questions, then you can unmute when recognized. You're welcome to use the chat room at the bottom to maybe post questions there for the panelists. And you're welcome to greet each other there, share contact details. You're welcome to do that. And yeah, so that's about it. Let's have a look at our program for today. So we're talking about the keys to a safe, efficient, and sustainable road transport business. As I said, being hosted by JC Auditors, and Oliver will just tell us now about the program and so on. But obviously, these events are complementary, and we would like to give recognition to our sponsors making this possible, our sponsors and alliances of the Transport Forum. And there's a second part of the program. Look at that just now. What I'd like to tell you now is that before we give recognition to our sponsors, there's actually going to be a quiz, and you might be the lucky winner of one of these two prizes. The one was sponsored by, or is sponsored by C-Track. It's a very nice laptop bag. And the other one is sponsored by the Transport Forum. It's a magneto-compact LED light, which is very handy nowadays. So what we're going to do is we're going to introduce you to our alliances and sponsors. And after we've done that, we're going to ask some questions about these alliances and sponsors. And the person who answers that the question correctly, answers right, that person can be then the winner. So obviously you need to listen carefully, and you might be a winner. So let's start then looking at our sponsors. And yeah, maybe Oliver, you can tell us about our host company today, JC Auditors.
Thanks very much, Harry, and good morning, everybody. We're very pleased to host today's session in conjunction with the Transport Forum. So JC Auditors, some of you would know, started off primarily as an RTMS certification body, and it's still our main focus. So we're very active in the road transport sector, and our mandate really, and what we are very passionate about, is promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency in road transport and the broader logistics environment. We've got currently around 18 auditors that cover all 9 provinces in the country. We have a growing footprint in Namibia and Botswana. And in addition to our core focus in transport and logistics, we also have diversified into other sectors, into mining, healthcare and medical devices, engineering, manufacturing, where we are offering certification services to other sectors using our core expertise. And where we don't have these, we obviously look to in-source it. I think part of our ethos and some of the reasons I think why we are steadily growing is that we see ourselves as partners with our clients. We help them identify and mitigate their risks, both road transport risks, but other risks such as environmental, health and safety, food safety, security, even cybersecurity now. So we are essentially helping our clients identify, manage, and mitigate their risks and certify them so that they can leverage their own businesses, enter new markets, and have a platform to work from. So we are happy to, again, Harry, be partnering with you, and we welcome any inquiries. Our information on this slide. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Oliver. It's a privilege being hosted by JC Auditors today. And we can see the slogan there, certification, compliance, one solution. Thank you, Oliver. We're looking forward to the session today. Right, ladies and gents, we've got professional bodies who joined the Transport Forum on a formal basis. Obviously, there are many of them, but these are in formal agreement with the Transport Forum. You can see SAF, Road Freight Association, SAEPA, South African Express Parcel Association, South African Bus Operators Association, and ARIA, African Rail Industry Association. So quickly, let's have a look at some of them. SAF, South African Association of Freight Forwarders, you can see it's already been established in 1921. It's a national association with members throughout South Africa, and it makes a major contribution to facilitating trade within South Africa. So the member companies manage over 80% of South Africa's international trade. So thank you, Dr. Unita Maria and team for supporting us. South African Express Parcel Association, representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Thank you, Gary Marshall and team, for supporting us. We've got the Road Freight Association. You can see green, smart, safe, legal freight. So they say, without trucks, South Africa stops. Thank you, Gavin Kelly and team. Important work you guys doing in the road freight industry. We've got African Rail Industry Association. So that is now, its associations doing lots of work in bringing in third-party access to the country's railway network. Thank you, Marcela and Tlapu and your team for supporting the Transport Forum and the hard work you guys are doing. South African Bus Operators Association is the bus and coach industry. They played a vital role in the social and economic development of our country. You can see already formed in 1980 by 5 leading bus companies at the time. And today's ABOA represents about 70% of the public transport bus and coach fleet. Thank you very much, SABOA. We've also got media alliances. As I said, there are many of them, but these are in formal agreement. And let's have a look at Freight News, also known as Freight and Trading Weekly. News and features for import and export decision makers, all about the logistics space. So if you're not subscribed to these magazines, you're losing out big time. Thank you, Freight News. Been many years association with the Transport, in association with the Transport Forum. Got a Railways Africa magazine. It's a continent specialist trade, technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. Published weekly. Thank you, Philippa Dean, for your team. And we've got Engineering News. You can see they're from Crema Media. And ladies and gents, I'm going to try and play this video for you that they usually share with us.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 5 May 2023. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly contributing editor for online, Darren Parker, asks if there's a future for exoskeletons in South African mining. While the world's attention has been focused on the exponential advances being made in robotics and artificial intelligence, technological development in mechanical exoskeletons has largely been overlooked. This emerging market, however, is forecast to grow significantly over the next few years. The Engineering News features focus on agricultural technology, where there is increased demand for automation in the agri-sector. A preview of the Enlit Africa exhibition, where the event will focus on the just energy transition. And Truck, Trailer, Bus and Bakkie, where new electric trucks are destined for South Africa. The Mining Weekly features focus on opencast mining, where Canyon Coal's Gugulethu project continues to meet its expected timeline. This week's business leader is Etienne de Villiers, Divisional Technical Executive at John Thompson. And in this week's cartoon, while there's a Game of Thrones-like tussle over the precise role that South Africa's electricity minister will play, one thing is consistent. The outlook for electricity supply in winter is bleak. In other exciting news, our team has been working hard on a new design for the Engineering News and Mining Weekly websites. We'll continue to deliver comprehensive, concise, and clear South African business news. And from the 8th of May, the websites will have a brand new look. To find out more about what you can expect, email subscriptions@creamermedia.co.za. We hope you enjoyed this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy. Enjoy the read and see you next time.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Engineering News. Let me just get my screen sorted here. So, ladies and gents, our platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum is C-Track. They've been part of the Transport Forum actually since inception. You can see they are a leading global software as a service and big data company for vehicle tracking, fleet management, and insurance telematic solutions. I would like to also try and play this video for you. I'm saying try because I'm not using my normal workstation, so it's a bit of a challenge for me, so bear with me. But they've got a great product called Crystal, and I would like to share this video with you. Just bear with me, I'll be with you in a second.
Time management, fleet productivity, and driver management remain among the most critical priorities for fleet managers, business owners, or anyone managing a fleet of vehicles. C-Track has innovated further by introducing enhancements to Crystal, the advanced telematics and fleet management platform, delivering an always-on, scalable, flexible, and fully customizable experience. All the benefits and features of Crystal remain, with driver management and fleet productivity enhancements, enabling your business, big or small, to elevate business insight with quality data and AI-powered predictions for immediate and productive decision-making. Users can now ensure optimum fleet utilization with daily productivity reports displayed on the Crystal dashboard for easy access. Driver jobs can be scheduled with ideal routes based on traffic data, complete with indicated and mandatory fuel stops based on preferred locations. Delivery locations and addresses can be accessed from the pre-populated drop-down list, further enriching ease of use. Drivers access these assigned jobs from the Crystal application on virtually any smartphone or tablet from anywhere in the world, giving them specific duties, precise locations, optimal routes with real-time traffic updates, and even assigned delivery times, updated in real time based on the predefined routes provided, reducing unproductive idle time. Another exciting addition is that Crystal now features customizable electronic proof of delivery with sign-on glass and photo evidence technology, ensuring safe and digital proof of delivery. Crystal, powered by C-Track, provides enhanced productivity and time management. Get Crystal and have the power to predict.
Right, what a great product from C-Track. Thank you very much, C-Track, for that excellent solution and supporting the Transport Forum for so many years. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, University of Johannesburg has been involved with the Transport Forum also from the very start, inception. You can see they've got the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. They've also got the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. Prof. Jackie, Prof. Naleen, Pizza, and them. They actually mentoring myself also a lot and determining topics and so on, talking about the topics for the Transport Forum. You guys will receive an email after the event requesting your feedback, including a request for some, suggestions for future topics. We really appreciate when you do that, so that we can do our planning for future relevant topics being entertained by the Transport Forum. So thank you, UJ, for your hard work and support. We've got Global Trade Solution, and remember, anybody from these companies is welcome to interrupt me and say a few words if you want to say a few words of your company. I'm talking about the sponsoring companies. So Global Trade Solution, innovative solutions transforming the global supply chain, imports and exports, blockchain, all these high tech that we're doing today. They're the consultants of note. You can see consulting and strategy, software solutions, specialized services. Thank you, GTS, for your gold sponsorship. Pegasus, also a gold sponsor. Pegasus, you can see they say they leverage our the sector leading expertise and experience to craft and implement mobility solutions which work and have substantial impact. You can see the active cities, climate, energy, resilience, transport, waste, and water. Thank you very much, Pegasus, for your gold sponsorship. We've got Unitron Supply Chain Solutions. They say innovation, expertise delivered. So they're the leading provider of integrated transportation, warehousing, and supply chain-based services to customers with a variety of needs, offering bespoke value propositions in each segment. Thank you very much, Unitron, for your gold sponsorship. Birthday Cargo, every kilo counts, they say. They fulfill the needs of the express cargo industry for daytime and overnight cargo capacity across a comprehensive Southern and East Africa footprint. Thank you, Birthday Cargo. Asimotech, they are part of the Central Management Group and Professional Central Management Group, and they deliver, air freight solutions and smart parking solutions, and they just became a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum, and soon you'll hear many more about this organization. So thank you very much, Asimotech, for your gold sponsorship. So we've got Ticket Pro Travel. They say they are a very convenient online booking tool for all your corporate booking needs. And they say there are no contracts, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward, fair pricing. So it will be worth your while to make use of Ticket Pro Travel for any of your corporate booking needs. Thank you, Ticket Pro Travel. From the same group, we've got Ticket Pro Smart Tab. And they can see they've got the Smart Tab system, which includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system reports. Thank you, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Right, Zutari, Impact Engineered, consulting engineers of note, also gold sponsors of the Transport Forum for many years. Thank you, Zutari. Kuba, they say they're transforming ticketing as part of the ICN Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. You can see it's journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payments, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you very much, Kuba, for your gold sponsorship. EasyClear, software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you very much, EasyClear, for your gold sponsorship. Standard Bank, more than 160 years of experience. They believe that dreams matter and that together we can make them a reality. Standard Bank and Kathy Bell and her team at Standard Bank supporting us for many years. Thank you for your gold sponsorship. We really appreciate Standard Bank's involvement. So those were our sponsors, and it's time to do a quiz. So ladies and gents, we're going to ask now 2 questions, and let's see if we get winners this morning. The first prize will be that very nice laptop bag from C-Track, and the other one will be the Magneto contact LED light. And we're going to ask some questions about our sponsors. So there are our sponsors. Now I'm going to ask the first question. What you do is you use the chat room. And in the chat room, you can answer the question, and the first person answering right will be the winner of that specific prize. So the laptop bag from C-Track. The question is, which organization, right? Which organization has the slogan, certification, compliance, one solution? Lead Ryan, you're the winner of that one. Let me just make a note here. Congratulations, Lead Ryan. So we will get your delivery address, and the prize will be couriered to you by C-Track. So the next question then, and this is now for that nice Magneto compact LED light. So the question is, which organization is offering a very convenient online booking tool? There we go. CSB Zulu, you're a sharp person, so let me just make a note here. CSB Zulu is the winner of that prize. So congratulations on our winners. We will get the prizes couriered to you as soon as possible. Ladies and gents, I would like to remind you of the business directory of the Transport Forum. The entire business directory is one of our BE initiatives, being outsourced for Olga Mashilu, Berlin Bondley consultant. There is a number. This business directory is very well categorized, and it's a very convenient place to have your company listed and have actually web presence should you not have a web address. And they are very well supported. We know that they're getting very good hits. It's like a yellow pages for transport. And ladies and gents, so contact Olga. It's only 450 rands per annum to have your company listed in this well categorized business directory. So you're welcome to contact Olga, and she'll help you to get your company listed. Right, just a reminder, the Transport Forum website, that is where you can get all your presentations from. And as the presentations uploaded to this website for many years. Transport Forum is more than 16 years in existence. There are more than 900 presentations already uploaded to the website. You can download them all for free. Compliments from all the sponsors and alliances of the Transport Forum. And when you visit the Transport Forum's website, you need to log in to the left of the screen on our website. And that is now obviously that website, transportseek.com. A nice search engine, you just log in. And should you not have a login yet, then you go to the user menu, you'll see there's a sign up option, and you create your own complimentary account with your own username and password. And then you can access the powerful but simple search engine. So you go to events and you select downloads. And then after you've done that, you'll see that little search engine. The top field, there's 2 ways you can search for presentations. The top field there, you can type in a title of a person's surname or whatever. Hit search, and it will search through all the 900 presentations and bring up everything that obviously matches your search. The category one you can use, you can select the day's date of that event, and then search and to bring up the presentations of that date. So very convenient search engine. All right. So ladies and gents, that now brings us back to our program for today. And I would like now to hand you over to our host and our MC. Oliver agreed to be our MC. Thank you, Oliver. So I'm handing you over to Oliver to take us through today's program and to introduce our speakers. Thank you very much, Oliver.
Thanks very much, Harry, and good morning, everybody, and welcome again to today's session. And I hope that you'll find the discussions today meaningful, and you'll take away some learnings and ideas that you could use in your various environments. So the theme for today is the keys to a safe, efficient, and sustainable road transport business. Now, I think we all are keenly aware that currently the demand for freight is increasing significantly. There are a number of factors for that, one of which is obviously the lack of sufficient rail capacity to meet the demands of the industry. If one looks at the timber industry, the mining sector, so these bulk commodities now need to go onto our roads. And so we have increasing freight volumes, increasing trucks. We also know that light motor vehicles are increasing as well. So we've got a huge amount of traffic congestion on our road networks. And of course, with that comes the higher risk levels. We, as a country, we've unfortunately have a very poor road safety record. We see, especially during the Easter and Christmas periods, the fatalities, but throughout the year, there's crashes, there's collisions. And I think we need, as industry stakeholders, to have more of these discussions, to look at sharing ideas, sharing knowledge, looking at innovations. How can we, as custodians and as key role players in the industry, mitigate risk, keep innovating, and collaborating to ensure that we don't continue with our poor road safety record. And what happens, colleagues, when there are crashes, when there are collisions and inefficiencies, it has a massive negative impact, not just on those involved in that specific incident, right? But downstream, the knock-on effect is enormous to the economy. And so we need to take ownership as consignors, consignees, and road transport operators to improve the way we do business. And that's kind of what the theme for today is hoping to achieve, is to stimulate discussion, debate around this important theme. So we've got a very good lineup of speakers. We're going to start off with Paul in a few minutes, talking about the success in RTMS. Then we're going to look at a trio of ladies, Mary from Crossroads, Anna from Mamoja, and then Elka from Hollard, and followed by, well, Deirdre would have made it 4 ladies in a row, but unfortunately, she's stuck in Geneva with some computer issues, so Amon will take over from there. Then further down in our journey plan, after the coffee break, Sean Magone from Investipol will talk us through the reality of what's happening on our roads. And then Paul will come back with a very thought-provoking presentation on the PBS project. So if you are from the bulk commodity sector, I think you'll find it very interesting to hear about PBS, especially the safety, productivity gains that one can, I think, enjoy both as a country and even as individual operators from this project, which is innovatively, I think, bringing across the need to be smarter in the way we transport bulk commodities and do it safely and in a productive manner. Then we'll look at Eugene from C-Track, who will talk us through how does one use telematics as a key diagnostic for managing one's transport business. At the end, or almost at the end, I'll talk through just some examples of how leading corporations in our country and private businesses manage their compliance in terms of road transport. And at the end, they say we've saved the best for last, and this might likely be true again. Florence has launched an initiative to raise awareness of SMEs and the key role that they are playing or need to play in the road transport sector. And she will introduce the initiative she has to recognize and to award or to reward those in this sector. So looking forward, colleagues, to a very meaningful set of presentations and discussions today. And I'm going to hand over now, I think, to Paul Nodengen. Paul needs very little introduction. He currently is chairperson of the RTMS National Steering Committee. He also chairs the PBS committee. Paul was a researcher at the CSIR for more than 30 years, and he has a PhD in heavy vehicle dynamics. And he's very active in a number of committees, and in fact, one of the country's assets in terms of helping us stay abreast of international developments in the road transport sector. So Paul, thanks again for your time. And I'm going to ask you to get your presentation up and running and talk us through the RTMS. Thanks, Paul.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Oliver. It's always good to share something about these projects that I've been involved in for quite some time now, one of which is the road transport management system. I can see it. Okay, what I'll do is when I say okay, then it means you go to the next slide. So we started with the road transport management system self-regulation project in 2003, and the original focus was to reduce overloading in order to protect the road network because of the importance of roads in terms of efficient transport. And so the main focus then was on sustainability of the road network. But over the last 20 years, the focus has broadened, in fact, quite early on in the project. And probably the biggest potential benefit of the RTMS is improved safety of heavy vehicles on the road network. And the standard was developed through the SABS, the first recommended practice in 2007. And there was also, in line with the typical ISO management system standards, a focus on efficiency and improving productivity. Okay. So the next slide, Harry. The original, as I said, the original idea of promoting self-regulation in road freight transport came out of a national overload control strategy when I was working at the CSIR. And we came across some systems in other countries where they were promoting self-regulation. And besides because of all the challenges that we face in South Africa in terms of compliance, we put this in as a recommendation. Okay, next slide. There are three key elements, in my view, of road freight transport. The one being the road infrastructure. Then you've got vehicles and you've got drivers. And as I said, the initial focus was on the road infrastructure, protecting roads by reducing overloading. And it started in the forestry industry with a lot of input and support from SAPI and Mondi. In the meantime, a number of the other pulp and paper timber companies have become involved. But over the last 2 decades, the impact on improving vehicle maintenance and operations, as well as a focus on drivers, driver skill, driver health, and managing driver fatigue have probably been the key areas that have been seen as benefits as a result of implementing RTMS. Okay, next slide. So really the RTMS has got focuses on managing risk, promoting compliance, and increasing productivity. And managing risk is a lot to do with vehicle financing. The companies that finance vehicles obviously very concerned about managing risk, as well as the insurance sector. Next slide. The reality of heavy vehicle transport in South Africa is not good. If you look at many other countries, our crash rate is very high. And besides the damage to vehicles and the commodities and fatalities and injuries, there's also a negative impact on the efficiency of the network, particularly on the busy highways that carry a lot of trucks. And this has a negative impact on the economy. It has a negative impact on the environment in terms of increased congestion, etc. Next slide. The original focus was on to protect the road network. We're very fortunate to have the National Roads Agency, SANRAL, looking after our national road network, and their network has gradually increased from, I think, years back, 15,000 kilometers, and now it's probably getting close to 30,000 kilometers. So they've gradually taken over some of the provincial roads. But a lot of the provincial and municipal roads have deteriorated, like these photographs, and this has a negative impact on efficiency of transport. Next slide. This was some work done a few years ago with imperial fleets operating on roads that were classified as either good, fair, or bad. And you can see that purely on the maintenance and repair costs, there's more than 100% increase if you move from a good to a bad road. And that excludes increased travel time and increased fuel consumption. Next slide. I've been involved in a Fleet Watch initiative for quite a number of years. I only got involved in about 2008, but in fact, we had our first brake and tire watch was 2 weeks ago, since 2020, before COVID, and it was on the N4 Bapong Weybridge, and the training was near Marikana. And the sad thing is that of all these training events where on the second day heavy vehicles are pulled off and inspected, 69% of them have been discontinued from use. And the one we had 2 weeks ago, 10 vehicles were inspected and 7 were discontinued from use. And some of the condition of some of those trailers was really horrific. Next slide. So you see the picture on the left is what a brake lining should look like, with no gap between the drum. And the photos on the right show quite big gaps, which means that axle has no brakes. And we actually saw at least 2 trucks with trailers with linings in this condition 2 weeks ago. So it's very prevalent. And then, of course, the next slide shows some tires. And we saw that again 2 weeks ago, some tires in very bad condition. So a lot of operators are not doing proper pre-trip inspections, managing their servicing of their vehicles, managing their tires, and this has a negative impact certainly on road safety. The next slide shows the crash rate, fatality, heavy vehicle fatal crash rate of South Africa, which is about 10 per 100 million kilometers, compared with a number of other countries that were involved in this project. It was called Moving Freight with Better Trucks. So it just shows that we have a long way to go to try and get in line with, admittedly, these were more developed countries. So we have certain challenges that they don't have. But if we want to improve on safety, efficiency, and productivity, we need to be making efforts. The next slide shows a typical result of a breakdown or a crash on the N3 near Pietermaritzburg. And this is a very common occurrence. I've been caught up in some of these just this year when I've been down in KwaZulu-Natal. And it just has such a negative impact on the road freight transport. And we are aware of the challenges of Transnet Freight Rail. So more and more commodities, including bulk commodities, are being moved by rail, which is just adding to the problem. Next slide. This is a definition of the road transport management system. We've continue to emphasize that it's a voluntary system. Many people have said, why don't we make it compulsory? It must be voluntary. Some clients are requiring their operators to become RTMS certified, but the focus is on consignors, consignees, and road transport operators. It's a management system standards, similar to many of the ISO standards, which is aiming to preserve road infrastructure, improve road safety, and improve productivity. Next slide. Whereas we started focusing on overloading, many of the companies that have implemented it have seen benefits in terms of improving safety, productivity, and compliance. Next slide. Certainly don't intend to go into the details of the standard, but it has got 4 key areas, which are in line with the theme of today's webinar. And an operator that implements the RTMS needs to develop policies and procedures that address these key elements in the standard, and the company is audited annually to check data, their operational data, to validate that they are compliant with the standard. And in 2021, an African standard was also published, which is based on the South African RTMS standard, but it also includes issues around cross-border movements at border posts. Next slide. So I just want to sort of conclude my introduction or presentation on some of the positive outcomes. Next slide. The forestry industry implemented what was the start of this RTMS in 2003, 2004. At that time, more than 30% of the trucks delivering timber to the pulp and paper mills in Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal were overloaded. And this graph shows the reduction in overloading. The original target was 4%, which is the top horizontal line, dotted line. And in the beginning of 2015, the RTMS Forestry Committee, which meets every month, reduced their target to 1%. And you can see how they've managed to control overloading to around 1% of between 15 and 30,000 trips per month is what they record. And the consignors, the transport operators, all work together to address problems where a company starts to, their overloading increases. They look at it, find out what the issues are, and address it. So it's worked extremely well in the forestry industry. Next slide shows a similar trend in the sugar industry, also the same 2 provinces, where the overloading in before 2007 was also more than 30%, and they've also largely eliminated overloading in the sugar industry. Next slide. These are just some examples of how a company, organization starts off wherever they might be. So with the city of Cape Town in 2007, only 50%, the graph on the left shows that only 50% of their vehicles were being serviced on time. So they set themselves a target of 94%, and it took them about 6 years to get up to that level. The graph on the right shows how their fuel consumption reduced by around 24% over a 10-year period, largely due to improved servicing of vehicles, as well as driver training, managing speeding, harsh acceleration, harsh braking, etc. Next slide. Another example, vehicle delivery services, part of the OneLogix group. In 2016, they had 126 crashes, and this is reduced to around 25 to 30 crashes from 2019. And the blue bars show the kilometers, the annual kilometers. Next slide shows the crashes on a monthly basis, where the red line is represents the accident rates in 2016. And you can see how the line has come down over the years to now they're running at about, on average, 1 crash per month, whereas they were around 5 per month. So that's a really significant improvement. And if we can have more and more fleets that are addressing some of the fundamental causes of these crashes, we'll gradually see an improvement. Next slide just shows another example, Jabula plant hire. Again, from an RTMS point of view, collecting data, monitoring, measuring, taking corrective action. You can see the reduction in crashes. And then on the right-hand side, improvement in fleet availability. Next slide. The last example is Dawn Logistics, which shows here, this table shows over a 6-year period, a reduction in fines, 5-year period, a significant reduction in fines, traffic fines, reduction in crashes, particular reduction in crashes due to driver error, and also reduction in breakdowns. And they also measured a 23% reduction in fuel consumption from 2013 to 2017. Again, improved maintenance processes and improved driver behavior. Next slide. Many of the case studies that we've seen presented at workshops have identified, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. This just shows the reduction in speeding. This is now data from their telematics systems, where in 2014, you can see there were over 60,000 recorded speeding events, and this reduced to less than 5,000. So that represents a significant reduction in risk. If you control things like speeding, you're going to eventually see a reduction in crashes. Next slide shows what I was going to talk to is the qualitative benefits that have been identified by a number of companies, particularly with regards to drivers. And one of the advantages of this standard is that it encourages or forces companies to pay more attention to their drivers, specifically with regards driver training, the driver wellness, so it's health, looking at chronic illnesses and addressing how does one address a driver that has chronic illnesses, and these are some of the qualitative benefits that have been observed by various companies. The last few slides just show the growth of this standard. Next slide, Harry. As at the end of 2022, there were 310 fleets that were certified. The next slide shows the breakdown in terms of fleet size. And we've seen quite a significant growth. Next slide. A significant growth in the smaller companies. So you can see there 1 to 5 trucks, 6 to 10 trucks, 11 to 20 trucks. Those transport operators, there we've seen the biggest growth in the last 5 years or so, compared to the bigger, larger, let's say more established companies. And I think that's another area that speaks to sustainability. We find a lot of SMME companies starting up, and maybe they don't have the kind of knowledge and experience of operating a fleet of heavy vehicles. And I believe that the RTMS with its sort of key elements is a tool that will help an operator to make sure that those building blocks are in place. Pre-trip inspections, driver health, proper maintenance of vehicles that will reduce the risk and ensure the sustainability of those smaller companies. Next slide. So based on my experience and the brake and tire watches and a lot of other data, I'm pretty convinced that more than 50% of heavy vehicles on the road in South Africa are not compliant, whether it's speeding or brakes or tires or cracked chassis or overloading. And this is a real challenge for us. Next slide. I think we recognize that law enforcement has a very small impact on the heavy vehicles that are on our roads. Typically, if trucks are stopped at a roadblock or at a weighbridge, they just weighed. Maybe they check the driver's license, the vehicle license, have a look at the tires, but it's really superficial compared to what should be done. The RTMS self-regulation project is trying to move that vertical line towards the right. So with irrespective of law enforcement, to increase the number of compliant trucks on the road, improve sustainability of particularly the smaller fleets, and improve safety. Next slide. So I think from what I've seen, the 5 areas probably where there's been the biggest impact as a result of the introduction and implementation of the standard is with regards driver training, speeding, controlling speeding, which when we start looking at the PBS approach to vehicles, it has a big impact on reducing rollover and reducing braking distance. Then managing fatigue of drivers, overloading, as I've shown you, and also improve vehicle servicing and maintenance. Next slide. So really, in summary, we're trying to prevent overloading of heavy vehicles. Next slide. Improve vehicle maintenance, reduce breakdowns on the roads. Next slide. A big focus on the drivers, and ultimately, next slide is to reduce crashes and reduce loss of life on the road network. Thanks, that's my presentation.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Paul. I think you've painted a very good picture of what the RTMS is, and it's encouraging again, always, to see the tangible benefits of what the RTMS standard does offer. And as you pointed out rightly, for SMEs that are entering the market and emerging operators, it's an excellent tool for them to have a framework to build their business on a platform that will allow them to be safe and more sustainable. And the one thing which you mentioned regarding law enforcement, I think we all know that in our country we have excellent legislation, road traffic and otherwise. One of the challenges we have is that there's not always adequate enforcement, and there is definitely an increasing culture of non-compliance on the road networks. So it's up to us as consignors, consignees, and road transport businesses to look at self-regulation or regulating how we do business as a key mechanism to ensure that we safeguard not just our own business, but the health and well-being of other road users, and the broader economy is not affected by these crashes, which are currently, I think, approaching an intolerable level. So thanks again, Paul, for that presentation on the RTMS. Okay, next up is Mary Mashiane. Mary, I think you are online, so you can just prepare your presentation to share. Mary heads up Crossroads Czech Department. Crossroads are a national company in South Africa with various depots across the country. And they also have a footprint in Africa as well, in a few neighboring SADC regions. So Mary heads up their compliance, Czech implementation, and safety initiatives. And she's going to chat to us now about some of the systems that they currently implement as their strategy to be a player in their markets. So Mary, thanks very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Oliver. I just want to get my presentation running. Let's see. Just, am I sharing?
Not yet, Mary.
Mary.
Not yet.
Are you also in Pretoria where Paul is?
No. I actually came to Midrand because there was a load shedding in the area that I was this morning.
Okay. It looks like the Gauteng is a bit slow this morning.
Don't do that, Oliver. You're going to make me nervous. Then I won't get it running. Okay.
Okay. Calm down, Mary. I retract.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay.
Can everybody see?
Not
No.
yet.
Mary, there's a green share screen. There you go.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, there we are.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Thank you, Oliver, and thank you, everyone, in this platform. I think I would be failing everyone if I don't mention how honored am I to be invited to just share the little knowledge that I have with the systems. And also, you know, I actually had a look at the speakers that are also going to be sharing today. And I thought, wow, what a wealth of incredible speakers. And, you know, when Paul was talking, I was just like listening. And I believe as much as I'm sharing, but I've already started learning. And I believe even with the next speakers, I'm going to be learning more. So without any further waste of time, I've been given 20 minutes, and it was a challenging exercise for me because I think there is a lot to share on systems. But with the time frame that we have, one has to just briefly touch on certain issues, not go into details. And as Oliver has said, I'm going to just speak about the key role of systems within business in creating culture for service delivery, safety, and sustainability. Okay. Just to touch briefly on Crossroads, Oliver has said a little bit about it, but for the purpose of people who are in this forum, Crossroads actually started in the 1930s. By brothers. I think they were called Jewel Brothers. That is why it was called Jewel Transport. It was in the Northern Cape. It started actually as that Jewel Transport, and throughout the year it's changed its names. And I think the most famous name that I have heard so far is the Jewel Transport, which was in the 1984s. And then 1997, we see now Crossroads name coming up, and it's been Crossroads Distribution ever since. And we also saw the Community Investment Holdings, which is our BE partner, gaining shares from 2004 to 2009. They have increased their shareholding. And we also have various types of fleet. We've got Interlex, Tri-axle, 8-tonners, 4-tonners, and sprinters, drop sides, flat skeletals, tippers, explosive vehicles, and tankers. We do have a footprint in Africa, but specifically we have a strong one in South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana. As a business, we have implemented an integrated management system of RTMS, ISO 9000, 14001, 45000, and Squash. And what I would like to also emphasize on these standards, what we did as a business, we chose these standards and adopt the framework, because normally when you hear people talking about standards, ISOs, they always say, what does ISO say? And I think that's when a lot of things goes wrong, because people believe the standard dictates to you what you have to do. But in a very true sense, it's just giving you a framework. And you as a business, you must just take that framework and set up a business management system that will suit the type of business that you operate. And that's when you will start seeing the real benefit of having systems in your business. It will give you, because you've got an idea where you want to go, but there's a lot of things that are involved. I mean, we've seen when Paul was talking about issues of vehicles, drivers, and so forth, and how they interlink with the public out there, our roads, and so forth. So with us taking this standards framework, we managed to have an effective and coordinated approach to the safety, health, environment, quality road transport arrangements that we have in the company. And we have seen a lot of improvement in performance. And as we stand, we've got a safety that is embedded in the business throughout all departments. And we also see that there is sustainable practices in how we do business as a company. And we were also able to organize, document, manage, and also ensure that processes that are inside the business are acting, they are talking to one another, and ensure that responsibility and accountability of our teams is clear so that they are able to achieve our set objectives and target with the aim of meeting the company's strategic intent. And, just like any other business, we've got customers. We have seen how the standards gave us a solid foundation in implementing customer requirements. It helped us to, demonstrate easily to customers what is our capabilities and how are we able to meet those capabilities. And, even today, we still continue to see how the system empowers, because like I said, it was not a off-the-shelf system. It was not a copy and paste, but it was a system that was built to suit the company. And with the consistency in implementing, we are also looking at every day continually improving on our management system as a company. What is also very key as we look at these systems or standards, the key approach of the framework helps organizations or any business, whether small or big, to understand your organization and its context. It gives us also a holistic risk approach methodology. You don't only look at risk in one area, like you've seen, or I have already said, we're looking at business risk, quality risk, environmental impacts, and everywhere where we operate, there should be risk within the business. And it helps us to have effective management, optimizing, we improve performance, and transparency is very key. There's a lot of people or a lot of stakeholders that are interested in any other business. And with understanding the context of your environment, you'll be able to know who are those people that are having expectations from you as a company. And there must be transparency in how you share the company information. And we also have seen how this also have fueled the culture of continual improvement in the business. And like, for example, when we started implementing the systems, they were there. But with the system maturing, one would started to see that, in the type of industry that we operate, safety plays a role. And we chose this market to be in. No one said, come and, choose road transportation, dangerous goods. We chose it. And when we sat down as a management team, we said, we've got policies, we've got procedures, we've got rules and processes, but they will be so meaningless if safety is not centered around it. Meaning, whatever we do as a business, it must include safety. It must include our impact onto the environment. It must include how we interact with the customer. And we came up with this a set of values, and we named them Reset, but it talks about how everybody within the business should act responsibly, entrepreneurial. Safety, like I said, is the core of everything, excellence and ethics and trust, because now if we are instilling trust to our employees, even, we've got a brand and customers need to trust that brand. And in that part of changing safety as a priority and a company value, all the departments within the company now function within this management system. You don't get only safety department solely responsible for the implementation or review of the safety system, but safety is taken every time into consideration, whether it's in maintenance, whether it's in IT, whether it's in operation, it must be part of that. And Paul mentioned drivers earlier, and I just wanted to share also on a practical level, how do we as a company see this? Drivers play a key role in our business. If we have vehicles, yes, we are a transport company, but we need drivers to be in the truck. We need drivers to take the goods from A and B. So they are the ones that are more in contact with our customers. They are out there on our roads. They are in the public space. So to us, their competency, behavior, attitude is important. And it is key. This system has enabled us to not only look at driver training as, how to take this vehicle from point A to B and come back. We also looked at behavior changing mindset. You're giving a driver an asset of a certain value. His life is also, you cannot even compare his life with the value of the asset. But this is what you call a business. So we have empowered our drivers, apart from their normal training requirements and so forth. If they are challenged, or if they see that it is not safe to continue with an activity, whether them feeling unfit to do the job, whether when they do a vehicle inspection before the trip, then they realize that the vehicle is not roadworthy, the disc shows that it has expired, or even if when they get to the customer sites where they need to do a delivery, and then they receive a conflicting instruction from what they have received in the office, or if they see that the area that they are in is not safe, they are empowered to apply what is called a stop work authority. And this concept is very common in our industry. But what is very interesting is, with us, we have taken the stop work authority to a next level, whereby employees at all levels are equally empowered to stop work. So you don't need to be in operation to stop operation. You don't need to be a driver to stop the other department, your own area. You can even stop. If the vehicle has gone into the workshop and it comes out and you feel that the defect is not attended correctly, you stop. And that process allows people now to come together and find out what is the real problem, because stop work authority is not designed to make people not to do work. It's just designed to, to pause, to take a pause moment and find out what is the actual situation, how can we continue forward. And in most cases, when we started implementing this system, there was a lot of pushback, because people felt like you are actually testing, or you are actually testing their authority, or you are undermining their areas. But once they realize that it's not a time wasting exercise, but it's actually an incident preventative tool, we have seen a lot of improvement in the business. in terms of a reduction in incidents, a reduction in delays, and a reduction in any unwanted event. And we also took it to a level whereby we started recognizing people who apply stop work authority, because they have actually saved us from, having an undesired event. I think we all know what is the cost of an incident. If it happens, everything stands still. The time that we spend in investigation, the amount of days that units will be standing, and so forth. So stop work authority, you just stop for 5 minutes. Sometimes you don't even have to offload. You have to come back with the load up until the situation is fixed, then you go back. You can't compare it if you continued and something happened. And the recognition is also happening from the CEO's office. By so doing, we are removing the fear of victimization, because when we started launching this thing, it was a matter of, but if I stop the work, I get victimized. But now, for everybody to be on the same, we are making it publicly known that it is okay to stop to ensure that the work is done safely. By so doing, we are saying, we must use these systems. We must use these tools. We must use whatever we have at our disposal to empower people to make decisions that are right for the business, so that there is that culture of, knowing that I can raise up my hand and I will be heard. Because in the olden days, I remember you would always hear people say, no, just do it as long as the safety manager is not around. Just do it as long as so and so. But that culture has changed, throughout the years. When I started in the health and safety business, it was always a fight between operations and safety. But now, where I am, it's a space whereby operations will even come and say, you know what, Mary, we believe this is wrong. What is your input? Or they will go to maintenance and do things like that. So it shows that with the systems implemented correctly, properly, involving people from the onset, people are able to understand what is this all about, not just something that is being pushed onto their lap and say, you have to do this, so and so says this, ISO says this, RTMS says this. And I will also want to touch off another subject that you would also get in a system if you want to formalize your system, or not even formalizing it, but just adopting the framework. There is an area of organizational knowledge. Staff development or empowering people is key to any system. And this enables people to make better decisions, and it leads to a better customer service. But what I have seen through the years, and I think it was also good when the new ISO 9000 framework came, which gave us a sort of a comforting approach whereby standards started getting, talking to each other. Organizational knowledge is normally lost through employee turnover, and most companies or most people are overlooking this part of the business, okay? Because people sometimes they think a handover process is only the best way to make sure that the day-to-day activities continues. But what we are not seeing is that the handover process is actually handing over tasks, not knowledge. And when we look at the time frame of the handover process, is very short, and the person probably handing over, I normally hear people say, no, we would have handover notes. Okay, it's fine, handover notes, but is everything in the notes? No, because in most cases, it does not cover knowledge. And the actual task is also not 100% addressed. And the person who's also being given this handover, does they take the 100% handover? I don't think so. Maybe they take 50%. And when is their turn now to work on their own? I will believe they also not using everything that they got from the handover. Probably they will be using 20 to 25 and they continue. And that's how business also lose some of what you call continuity of their activities with the business. And that will also affect customer service, that will affect the company culture, that will affect how everything goes on. But what happens is the standards also gives you a clear understanding of what is organizational knowledge. And this knowledge is not industry knowledge. It's not a knowledge that is specific to your company. You know, when you set up systems or when you have maintenance manual and so forth within the business, there's people that are involved in that process. And with those people involved comes a lot of service with the company. That there's people that has put things together. They came with different experience, different approaches and so forth. So what we find out that there is wealth of knowledge within the workforce. But when the person leaves, that knowledge lives with that person because there is limited knowledge that you can put on documentation. There is limited processes or approaches that you can put. I've seen a lot of companies are starting now to accumulate information. They're putting it on shared drive. They store it so that it's available. But there is this other knowledge that you cannot put, like I said, on a piece of paper. And with this implementing standards, it enforces a collaboration approach whereby there is a culture of learning that is promoted and people are able to access information if the system is developed properly so that you are able to continue to service your customers and be able to minimize a risk and also minimize the knowledge gap that the departed employee has left. But the other question will still be the knowledge of experience. You know, there's things that you have experience of them because a situation happened and you had to sort out the problem. And in transport, it's a lot. I have been with a lot of people knowledge. I'm not a technical person, but if I look at the knowledge on technical issues that I've gained as a shared person on the vehicle, if I was not at the same place with a technical manager and we were discussing a task, there was no way I could have got that experience. So I got to always appreciate the standards because each and every day when you interact within the framework, there is much that you can take as a business. And we actually in Crossroads are leveraging on that available information. Like I said, there is a lot to share, but I thought I can share those 3 examples, so that people can start looking at systems differently. Because I believe, yes, you can systematize your entire business. It's not easy. It's not a quick win process, but it is achievable. Like Paul was sharing with us the stats of companies that started implementing RTMS. You know, if you look at the value adding, it has given them over a period of 10 years. You know, they're going there. I mean, even in Crossroads, when I started, our accident rate was sitting at about 5 accidents per million kilometer. To date, we're sitting at about 1.56 accidents per million kilometer. And it didn't just come overnight. It came because people are involved, people are empowered, knowledge is shared to understand certain systems and why you cannot do without certain information. So systems ensure that a role is always carried out to a precise standard because there's a framework, and customer and clients will always receive excellent service from you as a company from time to time. And I know people will always say, you know, I can just adopt this system. I will not certify it because it's expensive to certify. But I can tell you, certification for me personally as a person and as a SHAC person, I think it plays a huge role, because at least you've got an extra pair of eyes with a value-adding experience to come and look at your system to make sure that, you know, every time when I'm being audited, I'm challenged to even improve more. They will look at the system, give recommendation, and do, you know, findings. But I would have more findings where I'm sitting than what they are. So I think that's all from me. And thank you once more. Thank you.
Mary, great. Well done. Excellent presentation. And in fact, your last comment about reducing your crash rates from 5 per million to 1 point something, that should have been a massive slide all on its own. It's really encouraging, and I'm very excited to see the exceptional improvements you've had. And the next presentation, Mary, I'd love for you to share a bit more about that reduction and celebrate that a lot more, I think. Great. And then a few key points, Mary, which you touched on in your presentation. You spoke about a holistic system that's leaning towards continual improvement. You spoke about culture change, and these are key ingredients, colleagues. If we are to make a difference in how we operate on the roads, these culture change and holistic approaches are absolutely essential, which Mary has highlighted. The other thing Mary mentioned were a few other things. She spoke about stakeholder expectations. And those of you who are in transport will know that your principals are increasingly putting pressure on safety performance, on systems, and sometimes certification. And all of this points to the fact that the structures one needs, if it's not in place, it also could not or will not allow your business to grow and to get to the bigger markets. And some of the operational things Mary mentioned was the stop work authority, allocating responsibility and empowering people to make decisions at operational level for the good of the business and to ensure that safety is not compromised. Your handover process as well, Mary, absolutely crucial. So many times when we're auditing, we come across massive gaps, and sometimes those gaps are due to inadequate handovers. Knowledge sharing, which you also touched on, a key part of any business that wants to be safe, efficient, and sustainable. So Mary, excellent presentation, and I think I've certainly taken already some key learnings. So on to the next presentation, which is Anna. Anna is I'll call her a revolutionary. She's certainly making some waves in the transportation of bulk mining products. And she'll talk to us now some of the initiatives that she has implemented as the Chief Executive of Mamoja Trading. Anna, thanks very much for joining us. And we're looking forward to your presentation now.
Thank you, Oliver, for inviting me to be part of this prestigious event, and good morning to everyone who's part of the event. I'm gonna try and share my screen without any waste of time. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Not yet, Anna.
Can you see it? Not.
No, there's a green share screen option at the bottom of your screen.
Yes. I'm pressing it. I don't know why it doesn't allow. Or if Eric can share it for me, and then I'll keep on saying next slide, because I'm not sure why it's
Okay,
not
that's fine. Just bear with me for a moment then.
okay. Okay. I believe everybody can see it, right?
Yes, you can continue.
All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Anang Maketo, founder of Mamuja Training and Projects. And this morning I've been requested to come and share with you the journey of becoming a serious player in the transportation of mining products. We can go to the next slide. Okay, who is Anna? Like I've just mentioned, Anna is the founder of Mamoja Trading and Projects, a young girl who grew up in the dusty roads of a village called Babong in Brets, which is along the N4. Our company is based in Marikana. We offer total transportation solutions to mining companies. Next. Many people tend to ask me as to whether was this an inspiration from childhood. And I'm glad to say, indeed it was. So my presentation will be based on a true story. The pictures I'll be sharing is actually a true story. I didn't download anything from the internet. It's actually my life journey in this transport industry. So if you look at that slide that's appearing in front of you, a little girl that's sitting on the ground there, sucking her thumb, that's Anna. I grew up in a family where my grandfather used to own trucks. He was selling cents in a village called Babong. And my father as well tried to join the industry, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. As for my grandfather, his business didn't grow. As for my dad, it got to a point whereby even when I had to go to tertiary, he didn't even have funds to take me to tertiary. And back from where we're coming from, if your family is known to be owning taxis or trucks, it was known to be a family that is rich. But with me, I had a different experience. And I'm going to share with you as I'll be going down with my slides as to why did I have that experience. As I mentioned that I grew up in Babong. Babong is along the N4 National Road, where the current way bridge, Babong Traffic Way Bridge is located. I remember how on Sundays I would wake up in the morning, go to church, and in the afternoon, we'll just go and sit by the N4 and admire cars, the beautiful cars that would be passing there, going to Sun City. But with me, it was different. All that would take my attention whilst we'll be sitting there would be these big, beautiful trucks. And I would constantly ask myself, why couldn't my family own one of those beautiful trucks? Because with theirs, they were constantly on breakdowns. Instead of bringing in money, I remember how my mother would constantly fight with my dad that this truck of yours is constantly taking money out of our household kitty instead of actually contributing towards it. And I would say I grew up with that, qual, as they call it, of saying, I really need to change the narrative in our family when coming to the transport industry. And that's when I had to sit down after completing my degree. I did a BSc, but the edge of becoming an entrepreneur, especially in the transport business, continued to grow. And that's when I decided to do my market research, especially in the province where I was coming from, especially the town where I was coming from, which is Brits and Rustenburg, which is surrounded by mines. I then did my market analysis to see how best can I feature in the mining industry offering transport solutions. You can go to the next slide, Harry. Next slide. So I sat down and said, okay, what is it that you want to do? And I said, okay, I'll offer total transport solutions to mining companies. We currently specialize with the transportation of platinum concentrate in a slurry form utilizing bulk tankers. I'm one person who really likes to be unique. I had to sit down and say, okay, yes, I want to do trucks. What type of transportation do I want to do? And I saw that everybody was more into tipper trucks. And I said, okay, is there any other form of transportation that I can do other than tipper transportation? And that's when I got to learn about the transportation of platinum concentrate, which actually required one to get bulk tankers to do that. And later on, as the years went by, we also got into the yellow plant machinery, whereby we do material handling for the mines. Next. So during my market analysis, obviously I had to go to the mines to find out what is it that it takes for one to be a transporter in the mining industry. And these are some of the things that I got to pick up is that the risk associated with transportation of mining commodities is very high. One needs to get insurances. The product itself that you are transporting, chances of being hijacked are very high. You need to have timely deliveries, meeting your clients' targets, because at the end of the day, mines would depend on you as the service provider to make timely deliveries in order for them to meet their targets. So this goes beyond the shareholders of the mines. Once you don't get this right, you're not only going to fight with the management of the mines, but also with the employees of the mines, because whenever they meet their targets, then it's more ching into their pockets, they get bonuses and all that. So that's one thing I knew, that if I was to get into this industry, I had to get that right. Another thing, one is expected to comply not only with the SHEC standards, but only the mine health and safety standard as a whole. And then, as I've mentioned, the cost of transporting these minerals is very high. You look at the price of a truck and a trailer for the whole unit. If you are to get it cheaper, you're talking at about 4 million rand for one unit, a complete unit of a truck and a trailer. And there are some other safety issues that are involved, especially with transportation of platinum concentrate, whereby if you delay, you get breakdowns along the way, when you're trying to go and deliver the product. When you get to the delivery point, you can experience challenges of choking, which would result to you having to go back to the client with the product for them to unchoke the product you are loading. If you're dealing with yellow equipment, you've got tip over risks, even with side tippers. But the one that caught my eye is the scarcity of female Black-owned businesses in the industry. And that's one thing that actually motivated me to say, definitely, this is the industry I want to be part of. Next slide. So I had to come up with a solution. I sat down and say, okay, how do I then come up with a solution to ensure that I cater for every topic that I've highlighted above, my findings above on the market analysis. And then I got to realize that I would need a highly qualified team on site. It can never be a one-man show, considering that you're operating 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. It definitely needed a highly qualified team on site, comprising of, your control room with a supervisor day and night shift, your safety officers, somebody who's going to be handling admin and finances to ensure that at the end of the day, after delivering your service, you still get your money to continue running your services. Another thing that I got to realize is that I'm going to need to utilize reliable equipment, because I have clients that expect me to meet their targets and deliver their products safely. And to do all that, I realized that I also would need to incorporate the latest technology systems in my operation that will help me to assist me to monitor my operations. Even if I'm not there, I'm able to see what is it that is transpiring in our operations. Next slide. Okay, and then as I was on the journey, obviously I started this transport business, and I had challenges. It was not easy. There's somewhere where, I dropped the ball there and there, which you'll see on the next slides. But as I was on this journey, because I'm one person who continuously believes in self-development, I started seeing these very beautiful trucks on the roads with a yellow badge. And I sort of started being curious to say, but what is this group all about? I really want to be part of this group, because their trucks look so perfect, and they seem to be, the type of trucks that one would want to have in his operations. And I got to learn about the RTMS system. I remember the first thing that I did, I attended a workshop training on RTMS system with my management team. And we got to learn about the 4 pillars of the RTMS system, which is loading, training, driver wellness, safety on vehicles and operations. And to me, it was like, no, this is my business in a box. These are the things that I need to address in order for me to run my business efficiently. And upon completion of that training, I then said, no, we need to get this system, in our company. Next slide. So before we used to have, before implementing the RTMS system, we used to have challenges. I'm going to start with the first pillar, which is loading. We used to have challenges of overloading. And like I mentioned, we transporting platinum concentrate in a slurry form. That is a load of about 2 million rand. And we just around, like I mentioned, we are servicing the mines around Brits and Rustenburg. We are bound to pass the Bapon Traffic Center. Like it or not, you'd be caught there and your truck would have to pass there. And many times we'd find ourselves caught there because of overloading, getting fines. And then obviously, like I'm saying, you won't leave the weigh bridge up until such time you have reduced that load and actually living with the right mass that is required for the load to be transported. And this obviously put the client's product at risk because we normally have to get people from around the village to help us to actually offload from one tanker to the other. So yeah, this was not putting a nice picture or a nice image about our company. And later on, after implementing the RTMS system, we started monitoring our overloading. And currently, I must say, there are no overloads. We're no longer having fines. Drivers are now trained on loading procedures. And obviously, clients have now regained their trust on us again. Can you go to the next slide, which will show the challenges that we used to go through? That is our tankers. So we used to have to go through that process of actually getting people from around the community. You can see them offloading one tanker with a bucket to the other tanker. A client is running a risk of losing some tonnages there, of their products and all that. So it really didn't portray us as a reliable and trustworthy company. But since RTMS, even at the Fleet Watch campaign when we were there by Bapong, they were saying, we remember your trucks and how you used to always fight with us whenever you had to offload. But indeed, recently, we no longer see your trucks stuck here at the weigh bridge. And all thanks to RTMS, because had it not been their systems, we wouldn't have been able to achieve this milestone. Next slide, please, Harry. The next thing would be safety, and safety is not only on the vehicles, but and operations, it's also on other road users, because we must understand that it's not only us and our trucks on the roads, we also have other road users. We've got our families, our uncles and our kids on the roads. So I truly feel that it should be a norm. It should be something that comes from within as an entrepreneur, that you want to have a safe truck that is traveling on the road, because at the end of the day, you're not the only one that is using it. So I'm going to share some of the challenges that we used to have when coming to safety. One of the biggest challenges was downtime. And downtime used to happen because we would be faced with a situation whereby a shift would have to start at 6 o'clock. But because we didn't have any service plan in our company, would miss service intervals at a time where a truck has to go, because we were chasing production. We find that we tell ourselves, no, it's fine, leave that truck. It will go to service in the next month or two. So there's no need for us to rush. The client needs us to take some loads. We have pressure. So a lot of downtime would happen as a result to that, because the more you miss service intervals, the more you're going to have breakdowns. So instead of starting your shift at 6, in most instances, we would start our shifts around 8:30, and you can imagine how our clients would react towards that. They were not satisfied at all. We used to have numerous incidents because we were not monitoring speed, because we didn't have anything that was monitoring speed. So if a truck driver was leaving with the truck on site going to load, nobody was monitoring as to how was he behaving throughout his shift. And we used to do pre-trip inspections. We used to do them because it's a mining requirement as well, but we didn't have a job card system in place that would actually monitor as to how do we handle the defects that are reported by the drivers. Was that defect handled? Has it been closed? And was it being closed by a reliable technician or what? So the issue of not having job card systems in place also sort of like put us in an unstable position. So since the introduction of the RTMS system, we have a maintenance schedule in place that is being monitored. We're even sending it to our clients. You know, our clients are gaining confidence on us because they see that we are utilizing reliable equipment for them, that we're taking care of. We have an internal audit that are conducted, and then where job cards, like I've mentioned, they are being audited, and they are being matched with the invoices, you know, to show that, okay, this is what is it that was fixed on this truck, and it actually matches the work that was supposed to be done as per the job card. We do route risk assessments, because back in the days, we'd get a phone call to say, you've got a new route that you have to do for us, and we'll just say, oh, it's there, it's in Steelport. We just send the driver there, without actually doing a proper route analysis, which is important, because it's important to let your drivers know of the risks that they'll be, you know, facing as they'll be going to take a load for a client. Notify them if there will be any schools, you know, take note of the speed humps and any other things that you might need to make your driver aware of before actually going there to take a load, to ensure that he'll be safe when he'll be going to take a load, and he'll do that safely, so without actually causing any incidents along the way. And there's a speeding policy in place, which is constantly monitored as well. So that has reduced our speeding fines as well. We have a tire survey that is being conducted on a weekly basis, where a tire company comes, they check our tires, or as much as every morning, our drivers inspect the tires. Every week they come and inspect our tires to see that we still have matching tires. We don't have a tire that is actually wearing off faster than the other one, because that can actually even cost you as a company in terms of fuel and in terms of expenditures as well, or in terms of tires. So not only has this system helped us in terms of running our operation safely, it has actually also saved us some expenses. You know, in many instances, especially us as small businesses, we tend to think when you are implementing this kind of systems, you're actually going to lose money. But I had a different experience. I got to realize that by having these systems in place, you actually get to have an opportunity to save some money into your pockets and actually use it for other things that are better and actually maybe empowering even in your business. Next slide, Harry. That is a picture of some of our drivers. That is our yard. As I mentioned, we are based in Marikana, doing truck inspections before resuming with their duties. Next slide. Another pillar is the training pillar. So yes, we used to have training, but it would be that thing that you are doing it because you are required to do it. We never really had a proper driver assessment in place. Training program, like I'm saying, it was in place, but not always followed. And then we didn't train drivers on road risks. But after implementing this RTMS system, we have a driver training assessment in place, training plan in place, such that when it is due for a driver to go for a refresher course, they go. If whenever a new employee comes on site, before he could even start, that's what they're expected to do. Inductions, our inductions now include the RTMS requirements. All drivers are trained on the road risks, and then fuel consumption is improved, because if you have drivers that can properly drive your trucks, not applying harsh brakes on the road and doing all those sort of funny things, you can actually save more fuel and maintenance costs, because you have a reliable driver who's competent to operate the machinery that you have given him to operate. Next slide. Those are some of our employees in some of the training courses that they have attended. On the slide that I've shown. Next slide, Harry. The last one that is most important that most people don't take serious is the driver wellness. You must understand that these drivers, their office is in our trucks. They spend 12 hours in a truck. So it is very important to ensure that you have somebody who's very fit and to operate for 12 hours behind the wheel on the roads, being sober and efficiently delivering your services. So back in the day, we never used to monitor hours. Like I mentioned, to us, all that mattered was production, to say at the end of the day, we need to push production. So we were not monitoring driver hours, and we did medicals because mines expected us to do medical inductions, but the focus was not put on those drivers that have chronic diseases. And I'm going to tell you why it's important to put focus on drivers that have chronic diseases. You'll have a driver that has got hypertension. You have a truck, he spends most of his time there. You can imagine if he starts having, a fallout on that disease, chronic disease that he has whilst behind your wheel, or somebody who's got any chronic disease you can think of. So currently we have a schedule whereby we constantly check on them to say, are you still taking your medication? Did you eat? Did you rest enough? Since you are on the bargaining council, part of the bargaining council as well, they have rest day allocations, because we are operating, like I mentioned, 24 hours a day, whereas they operate 21 days and then they go on 4 days off for them to rest, in order to avoid fatigue on our drivers and actually make sure that whenever they are operating our trucks, they are fit and healthy to do so. The next slide. This is one of the pictures that is one of our drivers. We currently, like I've mentioned, we have also installed technological systems that help us to monitor them. So that's one of our drivers who was fatigued. Luckily, we have a system whereby when a driver is fatigued, it will automatically send a message to the control room. And we have what we call a sing machine in our trucks that will actually vibrate the seat so that the driver can open his eyes whenever he closes his eyes now and then. So those are some of the systems that we have put in place to help us achieve our successful, efficient service delivery in the mines. And not only has it helped us, we've had other benefits as well because of the RTMS system, as it appears on the next slide. So since we started implementing the system, our customers are satisfied with our services. They are gradually increasing our scope of work. And RTMS, as I've mentioned, has better assisted us to manage the road risk and protect our assets being our employees as well as our equipment, also to operate efficiently, to continuously meet our customers' requirements. And the key performance indicators are being monitored and used for continuous improvement. And because of us being now a reliable business, as it shows on our next slide, we have managed to score some awards as a young. Next slide, Harry. Okay. As you can see, those are the surveys from some of our clients. They're showing that they are happy with the service that we're giving them. And the next slide, Harry. And we've managed to score the Young Achievers Freight Awards last year because of the incredible work that you are doing in the mines. And recently, because we got to see that we, as Mama Mary has mentioned, RTMS has to be a culture, because now it's a culture in our company. We saw to it that since now they are increasing our scope of work gradually, we find ourselves in a position where we constantly have to acquire new drivers. Hence, we saw it fit that we start a program called Aridire Mmogo, where we are training young people from our local communities, helping them to get from code 10 to code 14, and those with code 14, we give them an in-house training whereby we teach them how to drive our trucks and teach them RTMS systems, how they operate, so that whenever an opportunity comes, we just go and take from this pool that we know we have trained ourselves. We know that they are reliable whenever they are behind our trucks, and hence we were awarded that award in April as the Best People Development Initiative. It is because of the program that I'm referring to. And yes, I'm very grateful to JC Auditors, because had it not been for them, I wouldn't be where I am. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Anna. I want to echo the sentiments of so many that have expressed in the chat. You are indeed an inspiration. And I think it's clear that Mamoja's moved on from gaining traction in the market to now getting serious momentum in what you are doing. Good to see the recognition that you're achieving for your efforts. And I think you, from what you've shown, you are taking your systems very seriously, and it's great to see it's giving you a platform and a framework that's allowing you to succeed and to prosper. And ultimately, a business is there to ensure they are profitable and sustainable. And again, Anna, thanks for sharing your story, which is absolutely essential. Inspirational, beg your pardon. Okay, we are running a bit behind time. Both Mary and Anna went a little over, but I'm married for almost 30 years now, and I've learned you never interrupt a woman in full flight. So I backed off. But thanks again. We're on to the next presenter. We are running a bit behind schedule. So I think, Harry, if you're agreeable, and Amon, if you're agreeable as well, after Alka's presentation, we'll take the tea break at 11:20 and convene thereafter. So now I'm going to introduce Alka Dubisani. Alka is the campaign manager for Hollard Highway Heroes. And we've heard from Paul's initial presentation about drivers and the importance they play. Mary confirmed from their empowerment initiatives of how they empower drivers to make decisions. Anna again emphasized the crucial role that their drivers play in achieving their business goals. And Alka is going to introduce to us and I think communicate their program at Hollard to recognize and reward good behavior. And this is an essential philosophy in part of building a sustainable, safe, and efficient road transport business. Alka, thanks again for joining us, and we are looking forward to hearing your presentation and the actual project you're involved in. Thanks, Alka. Over to you.
Thank you, Oliver, and thank you, Anna, for that very inspirational presentation. You're such a trailblazer in this industry and sector. And thanks to everyone that's joining and listening in. I'm going to try and save a little bit of time by not taking up too much of your time. Let me quickly share my presentation. Can you see that?
We can just slide view.
Perfect. Okay, ready. Okay, so I'm Alka Dupisani. I'm the operations manager for our Hollard Risk Services Bureau, and then I also managed a campaign that's called Hollard Highway Heroes, which I'm going to touch on briefly today. So we've been running with this campaign for over 7 years, and this will be the 8th year that we're going. We've paid up to 1.4 million rand in prize money to our drivers, to the winning drivers over the years. And we've gained over 10,000 entries over the 7-year span of this competition. So why are we doing this? We want to reward truck drivers for driving safely. Not just truck drivers, we'll get to the point where we're opening it up to the other sectors as well. So like I mentioned, it's open to all South African truck drivers. What's nice about this competition as well is if your drivers are registered South African drivers, so they can be foreign drivers, but they're registered and everything's in order on this side, they can also take part in this competition. So even if they travel cross-border, they can still partake in this competition. So this year we've opened it up to bus drivers as well. So I know not all of the attendees in this forum maybe have bus drivers, but I think it's an exciting side to this competition that we're also opening it up to bus drivers. And then in the future, we would like to open it up to taxi drivers as well, but we're still trying to see how we're going to implement that going forward. So we also, with this competition and other initiatives that we are running, we're trying to recognize female truck drivers and bus drivers in this sector. I'll touch a little bit more on that as we go along with the presentation. So these are sort of the 3 logos that you will see with this competition. So the first one is the Hollard Highway Heroes logo. Then our female truck driver recognition programs will have the middle logo, and then obviously the bus logo for all our bus entries. So why are we doing this? Once again, we want to be known as the insurer in South Africa that's leading road safety and improving road safety for all South Africans in South Africa. Okay, so this is just our purpose. So we enable more people to create and secure better futures. And let's go on a journey. So just to try and show you why we're doing this. So why are we going? We want to improve road safety for all in South Africa. Where are we going? So success is not a destination, it's a journey. And then who's coming along? So it's important just to note that we do deal with brokers, so we're not always directly in contact with our clients. For this competition, though, if you want to enter directly, you're welcome to. But if you are looking for insurance products, we do make use of brokers, and we believe that they know what they're doing and they're equipped to do what they're supposed to be doing in this space. Fleet owners, obviously. So we have a few fleet owners in this forum today, which is great. Hopefully, we can inspire you to enter this competition as soon as possible. And then also all truck and bus drivers, like I've mentioned previously. So what's the essentials? We're launching the next phase. So because we've been running this for over 7 years, we really, from this year going forward, trying to up the entire magnitude of the competition. We believe if the more drivers we can access or assist in driving safely, the better we can promote safe driving practices in South Africa. So safer roads, and then marketing. So this is part of our marketing journey. We're really trying to push entries as far as we can. And I just need to thank JC Auditors and Transport Forum for inviting us to this forum. I really appreciate it from our side. So the competition format, which is a little bit more of the technical stuff. So currently we're in the entries phase. So that would be from 1 March to 31 May. So we're almost closing entries. So if you want to enter, obviously sooner than later. So after entry phase, we'll have a monitoring phase, which is from 1 June to 31 July. In this monitoring phase, we use your existing tracking devices to monitor the driver's behavior. We will look at things like speeding, fatigue driving, harsh braking, and all harsh driving elements. So we we in essence have to use what is existing on the vehicles, purely because we can't fit 10,000 vehicles within 2 weeks' time. So we're using the existing tracking devices. And then also it is important that a lot of the companies that enter ask, okay, but what if I don't have driver tags? What if you cannot identify which driver is on which truck? That's not a problem. So what we'll do is when we do get to monitoring phase, we'll monitor all your vehicles. We'll identify the top 5 each week, and then we'll send that through to you and say, listen, these are the top 5 that we identified. Please confirm which drivers were on these trucks by way of either logbooks or driver ID tags. Then we announce the top 50 truck drivers in August, and also the top 20 bus drivers that are selected. I must just note that this is open to all truck and bus drivers in South Africa. So you do not have to be insured with Hollard. It's to all non-insured clients as well. And it doesn't cost you anything to enter. It's free to enter. And we do most of the work in the background. So you don't have to worry about having extra things to do while your drivers are in this competition. And then from 1 September to 15 October, we've got a 45 days monitoring phase. I must also just mention that in August, when we announce the top drivers, we will fit your top driver's vehicle with a C-Track device, which is our partner in this campaign, purely because we want all of the top 70 drivers to be monitored on the same device for consistency. So we will then arrange with you to say your top driver will need to be fitted with a C-Track device, and then preferably the driver must stay on that vehicle for the 45 days that we're monitoring to improve his chances of winning. And then we have a very exciting, it's an awards ceremony that we have on 24th of November at Emperor's Palace. It really is very glamorous. And if your drivers do get to the top 50 and top 20 phase, we will be inviting you to this glamorous event where the drivers will then also get recognition and then receive their prizes. So like I mentioned, okay, so in the past 7 years, we've attracted over 10,000 entries, but this year alone, we're trying to get over 10,000 just for this year. So we're aiming to get 5,000 truck drivers and 5,000 bus drivers to enter this campaign. And we need all the help we can get and all the fleet owners to enter their drivers where possible. So the prizes, this is where it gets very exciting. So the overall truck driver winner for Highway Heroes 2023 will walk away with 150,000 Rand in cash. It's not in cash and prizes, it's cash. So we will pay that into the driver's account. We also have category winners. So that would mean flat deck, tankers, tippers, taut liners, and reefers, of which each category winner will have 50,000 CAD that they can spend on whatever it is that they need. It's quite inspirational. So some of our previous winners have used the money to pay for their children's educations, they've upgraded their homes, etc. And then the remaining top 10 will get 5,000 and the remaining top 50 will get 2,500 each. And that's, like I said, life-changing money. Then for the bus sector, the overall winner will walk away with 100,000. Because it's the first year that we've included buses, we only have an overall winner in this category. And then we've got short distance and long distance options. So just some of our other initiatives that I want to quickly mention that are very exciting for us is, like I mentioned, we try and recognize female truck drivers in the sector. So we've partnered up with the Commercial Transport Academy, who are training up female truck drivers in the sector to get into Code 14. So we've sponsored quite a few things towards this campaign or initiative. So we've sponsored trucks that they can truck trailers that they can train on. We've sponsored 2 training centers, one in Gauteng and one in the Western Cape. So where they can actually use laptops and go do some soft skill training as well. We sponsored student bags, and you'll see the photo in the background. Those are actually some of the female truck drivers that we've assisted in getting through this program. It's fully funded by the USAID. So there are no costs involved. You literally, as a female truck driver, need to put up your hand and say, listen, I want to be one of these ladies, and they take you through the whole process as you go along. So like I said, it's funded by the USA, facilitated by the CTA, and we are the platinum sponsor for that initiative. Just some stats. So in 2019, 44 unemployed women were developed and 72 of them got employment after this program. In 2021, there were 48 unemployed women developed and 79% were employed. And in 2022, 112 unemployed women were developed, and in Joburg and KZN together, and 96% of them got employment after this program. So then we also have something that's not, it's also linked to Highway Heroes, but it's not necessarily the same thing. These are for our insured clients only. So what happens is if you're insured with us, and we monitor your vehicles in our 24-hour high-risk bureau, we can then reward the drivers as they are driving. So every 2 weeks, we will pay the drivers for driving well, 200 Rand in cash in a MasterCard solution that they can swipe anywhere across South Africa. And people always ask, why are you guys doing this? We're doing this because we know if the truck is safe, the roads are safe, the vehicle is safe, it's a win-win-win for everyone. So we, in essence, are also saving money because there's less claims, etc. And it's a fully paid for service, so it doesn't cost our clients anything. We also provide TITA accredited driver training to our insured clients at no additional cost to them. These are just some of the benefits that we're very excited about. So we've paid over 4.9 million Rand in cash refunds to our truck drivers for driving well on a daily basis. And we have over 2,200 card holders currently. Then just from a driver wellness perspective, we've partnered with Middelburg Truck Stop, which is Kule Eatery. So we recognize that drivers don't always have the means or, you know, the need to actually eat healthy food. So what we're doing is with this MasterCard solution, we're saying, if you spend your rewards at Middelburg Truck Stop, Kule Eatery, you get additional discounts on healthy food options because we want our drivers to eat well and be healthy. So yeah, like I mentioned, healthy food options. We're also trying to partner with Highway Junction. We're in the midst of finalizing that so that when the truck drivers stop there, they can also get additional discounts. And then the RTMC as well, so that's a Road Traffic Management Corporation, government-based organization. So what we're doing is we've partnered with them on driver wellness and truck safety awareness campaigns across South Africa. So what we will be doing, we'll be going to different truck stops across South Africa, promoting driver wellness and promoting the competition as well, and just trying to get drivers to understand, you know, what makes a good driver and a safe driver. So there are a few dates that we've secured, and we hope to see some of your truck drivers at those truck stops. And then also, like I mentioned, JC Auditors. So we are in discussion with JC Auditors to try and also partner with them wherever we can. And today is the first step for us. So thank you for inviting us. We look forward to being part of many more of your campaigns and forums and webinars. So we also partnered with the Limpopo provincial government. So we're also busy discussing ways at which we can uplift local communities and help them to become pointsmen in certain high-risk areas in Limpopo. And we will be rolling that out probably only next year as we take this road safety campaign to the next level. And then if you want to enter, you can just scan the QR code or go to our website. Can fill in the entry form. Like I said, it's free. We do most of the work on our side, and the more drivers we can get onto this, the better. Thank you. Oliver, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Elka. Yeah, let's give Oliver an opportunity to come back into the meeting. Maybe something happened on his side, but thank you very much. It's a very interesting presentation. And we really appreciate the hard work you guys are doing in a project that is quite impressive. And we believe that a lot of people will support this initiative. So thank you very much, Elka. I'll also pick up with you after this event a little bit to talk about this. So thank you very much. And I can see there's one question for you in the chat box already. So please attend to that one. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Elka. Ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a 15 minutes break. So go and have a quick cup of coffee. I'll put up a timer for us and we will see you in 15 minutes time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harry. Sorry, I went out to the gents.
Okay, Oliver.
Thanks again, Alka, for your last presentation to reward and recognize drivers, specifically good driving behavior. So next up is Amon. So I must also tell you, I got a call from Deirdre Penfold. Deirdre is the executive manager for Kaya, the Chemical and Allied Industry Association. She's in Geneva right now. There was some work she was busy with, some meetings that she was busy with. And she had what we all dread, the worst experience ever. Her laptop crashed, I believe. And so she's got absolutely no connectivity and she therefore could not join us. But Amon is very much the man behind or driving the SQAS Africa certification. And he understands exactly what the new requirements are and their directives. So Amon, while you're preparing to come on, just by way of introduction, those of you who are in the chemical transportation and petrochemical transportation industry will know that SQAS Africa certification is often a requirement to be allowed to load at certain points and a requirement for contracts as well. So Amon will tell us now in the next few minutes exactly what the latest developments are in terms of Kaya's new directives, and we look forward to receiving your presentation, Amon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver, and good morning to you all colleagues. I'm going to give a very short presentation on SQAS Africa, and as you know, it's quite a process that is quite involved, so I won't be able to cover all the things. I'm sorry, I'm trying to put on my video, but it's flashing terribly, but I think it's because of location. As you have said, I'm also in Gauteng. I'm not sure what's going on. So I'm going to give my presentation without the video on. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Just slide view.
Okay.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
As I said, I'm going to quickly go through the SQAS Africa management system and how Kaya is managing it. So I'll start with just an introduction. SQAS Africa stands for Safety and Quality Assessment for Sustainability Africa. And it is a system that is there to evaluate the quality, safety, health, environment, corporate social responsibility, and security performance, security performance of logistics service providers. And this is done in a uniform manner by making use of standardized audits that are carried out by independent Kaya-approved auditors. And SQAS Africa is a key element of responsible care. And this is applied to logistics operations. So we have got two types of implementing responsible care. One is for manufacturers, chemical manufacturers, and one is for the LSPs, or logistics service providers. So SQAS Africa is for LSPs, and the codes of management practice are for the responsible care companies that will be manufacturers of chemicals. But I'm not going to go into that today. I'll be focusing on the SQAS Africa management system. As you also know, it was, as you may know, sorry, it's a system that was originated by CEFIC in Europe, and CEFIC brought trainers in 2017 when Kaya became the custodian of SKS Africa. So our first auditors were trained by CEFIC, but thereafter Kaya has been training and certifying their own auditors. So the main objectives of this system is to promote high quality in terms of what we do: safety, health, environment, corporate social responsibility, as well as security performance standard. It is also to promote sustainable and competitive logistics services in Africa and promote the application of industry best practices. Because you find that within the questionnaires that I'm going to talk about shortly, we have questions that are based on industry best practices. And the last objective on my list is also to follow up on new regulatory developments and make sure that we are complying to legislation. So let me touch on the pillars of SKS Africa. We make use of standard questionnaires. Some of them, or most of them, have got questions around 400, so it's quite extensive. So we have what we call a core questionnaire, which covers all types of logistics service providers. And then we have specific questionnaires for those that are in the transport services, and also specific questions for those in tank cleaning, warehousing, and spill response. And some of these, these questionnaires have mandatory questions as well. And these are elements that need to be implemented. So companies are audited on the mandatory questions as well as the other questions that are not mandatory. And companies that obtain an overall average of all the questions that are applicable to their operations of 90% or above, and 100% on the mandatory questions in each of the questionnaires that I've listed above, shall be issued with an SKS Africa certificate of compliance. So they need to make sure that all the mandatory questions have been implemented before they can even think of getting a certificate. And then together with the other questions, the overall average should be 90%. And this is only those questions that are applicable to that organization according to how they operate. So all the non-applicable questions do not count towards the percentages that I'm talking about. One of the requirements as well is that companies that are audited for the first time and fail the audit are given 90 days to rectify those non-conformances, while other companies will be in the system already are only given 30 days to do so that they can renew their certificate. And Kaya is also upgrading the management system by the end of June 2023, and some requirements may change, including the way that we managing the audits, as well as the interaction that we have with our auditors. So these are some of the elements for the core questionnaire. I just took the elements for the core questionnaire and the transport service, since we are in the transport forum discussions. So these are the sections that are covered by the questions that are in the core questionnaire. So we look at company policies, which is very important, legislation and other requirements, recruiting, training, BBS, and so forth. So all these sections are important. And within these sections, you'll find that some questions are mandatory and some are not. And all the mandatory questions should be implemented if they are applicable to the operations of the company being audited. So for the transport service questionnaire, we also look at issues like integrated subcontractors, drivers, equipment that is used, BBS, and so forth, including security, which is very, very important as well, especially after the September 11 attacks. That's when Responsible Care started to look seriously into security in the chemical and related industries. So these are some of the sections, not some, but all of the sections that we look at. And within these sections, they'll be having specific questions that are asked by the auditors to make sure that the companies are implementing the system. My next slide is going to just touch on training and guidelines. So Kaya trains and certifies the independent auditors. As I said, we are looking at upgrading the system. Some of the ways that we deal with the auditors are going to change, but that is going to only be implemented after the end of June this year. We also train users of the companies that are implementing SQAS. So we offer a training course in implementing the system. And we also have in place guidelines, and these are mainly guidelines that have been developed by CEFIC. We also utilize them if they are applicable. So we only take those things that are applicable when companies use them. But Kaya will also be looking at developing some guidelines as we go along. So let me just go through the current audit process. On the screen, you can see the diagram that depicts what goes on. First of all, a company needs to implement the SQAS Africa's management system. They just have to look at the requirements through the questionnaires that we have to make sure that everything is in place before they request for an audit. And the SQAS Africa management system is voluntary, so it's not something that is required by legislation. So the initiation of implementing the system comes from the company itself. If they need to, sorry for that, if they need to implement Responsible Care and then, SQAS Africa, and then request for an audit. An audit plan needs to be confirmed by the independent auditor and shares it with Kaya, and then the company gets audited after about a week, 7 days. We need to generate an audit report. After 3 days, once we have decided on what is in that report, if the company is successful, then they are uploaded on the Kaya website. If they are not, then they have to rectify the non-conformances according to the timeframes that I've just spoken about. And thereafter, we award a certificate that they will have for 2 years. And then the process starts again. They need to get re-audited to maintain their certification. Touching on new developments, Kaya acquired the Viasys audit management system to document its audits. The software simplifies the entire auditing process, from planning and scheduling to performing the audit itself. It is also capable of, for example, producing the certificates directly, but we are currently not going to utilize that module. But it's a software that's quite useful and being used worldwide in about 67 countries. 40 certification bodies or schemes are also using the same for different standards. And about 458 auditors are involved in using the system. Looking at the logo that we use for SQAS Africa, we require certified companies to use this logo. there are other logos that are not permitted in Africa. The first one at the top on your left is a Cefic logo, as well as the one on the right at the top. The one in the middle is the SKS logo for the Gulf region. They are also implementing SKS, and SKS is being implemented in many countries, including Taiwan, I think Brazil, and so forth. So this is the logo that we need to use, the one at the bottom. For all those companies that are certified, we need them to use that logo. Just covering successes that we've had with the system. The questionnaires cover the major LSPs in South Africa. So we, as I said, we have the core questionnaire for all the LSPs, and then transport service, tank cleaning, warehousing, and spill response. All auditors are certified by CAIA, and then an SKS Africa user group of over 300 LSPs actively uses the system. The user group is made up of companies that do not want to become the normal members of CAIA, but they are in this membership group where they are only there to utilize the system and make sure that it is going to assist them in managing their fleets or managing the way they clean tanks and so forth. So it is something that is being used by many companies since we became custodian of the system in 2017. The system is also financially self-supportive, and that makes it easier for us to continue using the system. And we have realized growing support for SKS Africa by the chemical industry, the manufacturers themselves. I think Oliver mentioned that it is sometimes a requirement for transporters to load from these chemical companies, because they need that confidence that companies that implement a management system will be able to effectively or safely transport their product from point A to point B. We have also realized increased interest in SKS Africa across the African continent. Our auditors have been auditing in countries like Zambia, Mozambique, Tanzania, and so forth. So, including Namibia. So I think it's something that is now being accepted, and Botswana is also one of the countries that is using the system. Some of the transporters are using the system. So I think it's something that is growing, and we hope to see continual growth as we progress. So that's the end of my short presentation. As I said, it's quite an involved system. I couldn't touch on everything in 20 minutes, but if you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask me. Over to you, Oliver.
Great, Amon. Thank you very much for your presentation, which summarized nicely exactly what SKS Africa is about, the process and the audit requirements as well. So thanks, Amon. Great. So now we move on to the next presentation.
If you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask me. Over to you, Oliver.
Sure. Great, Amon. Thank you very much for your presentation, which summarized nicely exactly what SKS Africa is about, the process and the audit requirements as well. So thanks, Amon. Great. So now we move on to the next presentation.
If you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask me. Over to you, Oliver.
Sure. Great, Amon. Thank you very much for your presentation, which summarized nicely exactly what Squash Africa is about. Okay, that was a technical glitch, I imagine, Harry. Okay.
Yes, I think it's sorted now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Harry. Okay, good. So now we're moving on to the next presentation by Sean Magoni. Sean is the director of Investipol. And, I think a lot of what we talk about as in the transport sector is around identifying risk and ensuring we mitigate risk adequately. What's very prevalent in not just the transport sector, but broadly speaking in life is that people often have a lack of understanding of what the risk they're facing, and especially, and one underestimates the consequence of certain risks. So if you're driving along the road and you're traveling at, let's say, 95 kilometers per hour in an 80-kilometer zone on a rainy day, you probably think you can get away with it. So it's about having an inaccurate perception of the risk we expose to. This is often at the root of a number of crashes or collisions. Now, Sean is going to present to us some of the findings from his investigations, and just to convey the sobering reality, ladies and gents, that every day we are having crashes and around 40 people are being killed on our road networks day in and day out. So Sean, over to you just to help us understand the consequence associated with poor risk management and poor driving behavior. Over to you, Sean. Thank you. Sean, do you copy? Oh, he was here earlier.
No, I don't see him on meeting now. I don't know what happened to him.
Okay, maybe he's dropped off. Okay, what I can suggest then, we can move on. Paul, I hope you're... Okay, Paul is here.
Coming in. Oliver is coming into the meeting now.
Oh, is he coming in? Okay, let's give him a few seconds. Oh, there we go. Okay, Sean. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that you missed, but I said some very nice things about you.
Sorry, I just had load shedding attack me.
Our sympathies collectively. Okay, Sean, go for it.
I think I've shared it. Have I got the right picture? No, I need to say. Okay. Share my screen. Am I sharing my right screen?
Yep, you look good.
Slide view. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay. Good morning, all. Sorry for the slight delay. Load shedding attacked me. I'm Sean McEwen from Investipol Crash Forensics, and I just wanted to say thank you to Oliver and the team for the invite to this prestigious event with all these wonderful presenters. It's really an honor. I know we're running a bit late, so I won't do too much babbling. We'll get straight onto it. So I've been asked to speak about the reality on our roads. So the reality of our roads, and I'm going to touch on a couple of the major crash contributing factors. So I've just taken, there's a whole lot of stuff out there that contributes to traffic accidents. And I just picked on three things that I think are, for me, kind of the main facts that contribute to some of the issues that we've had recently. Driver fatigue, very big thing, and I'll touch on that in just a moment. Poor or lack of maintenance is probably the biggest contributing factor to the traffic accidents that we have. And then in South Africa, we have this culture at the moment of lawlessness in our country, where drivers don't obey the traffic rules of the road. And of course, that impacts quite negatively on us. So going forward, driver fatigue. Driver fatigue is a major contributing factor to accidents. This is mainly because drivers don't rest adequately, or they don't rest in an adequate environment. I've known of drivers that work a night shift and then have another job that they occupy during the day. So while he's off, he's not resting adequately to be fully equipped for his night shift. Some of the transport sectors, for instance, some of the container guys and some of the coal tipper trucks, they don't rest well. They only rest when they load and offload. So they don't have mandatory rest periods, but when they're down in the port, loading or offloading, they take the time that they're standing in the queues to take their rest break. Drivers driving long distances without stopping. We've interviewed drivers that have driven from Kuruman in the Northern Cape right down here towards Mooi River continuously without stopping, which is quite a long distance, several hours. The recommendation is every 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, or 160 kilometers to take a short rest break, 10 to 15 minutes. Get out the cab, walk around, take a look around, and refresh yourself. Some of the other things that we've noticed is driving through the night in particular. If people are not very well rested, it's a natural thing for the human body to want to switch off or shut down kind of between 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock, 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. If you've ever worked a night shift, that's a time that you get yourself most fatigued. So if we can keep our drivers off the road at those times of the morning, a lot of guys start 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to start driving, which is when the body is really awake after it's been rested. Some things that I talk about on rest stops, companies to have good rest stops, surveyed rest stops, ensure that the rest stops are safe for the drivers, the parking is safe for the trucks and the assets. Adequate ablution facilities and food facilities are something that needs to be looked at when one designates a designated rest stop for your drivers. Okay, so the big one is the lack or the poor maintenance that we have. Maintenance is divided into two things: routine maintenance. If you like with Oliver's RTMS audits and stuff like that, if you adopt this approach where you have routine maintenance, whether it be every month, every 40 days, every 60 days, but have a routine maintenance schedule where your trucks are maintained, serviced by good, high quality technical people, it minimizes the risk that we have of having breakdowns on the road, which are costly, and of course then traffic accidents, which are really costly and impact badly on us. Paul showed a couple of slides just now or earlier today of the mayhem that we have in KwaZulu-Natal. We kind of have KwaZulu-Natal probably at least once a month. We have a major incident in KwaZulu-Natal where one of the major roads is closed for anything from 10 to 14 hours. And that impacts on everybody's lives. It impacts on the freight industry, people moving freight. It impacts on you and me and our families. So it can be really catastrophic.
I think load shedding has again put us in the dark. We've lost Sean.
Just give him a second, maybe he will reconnect.
Okay. So clearly Sean's presentation is not powerful at all.
Yeah. I
That
think
was
there's
my
a
weak attempt at some humor. Okay, Paul, I hope you're starting your engines and warming up, because I think we might move on to you while Sean talks to Eskom.
Okay,
yeah, I think it's.
I'm sort of ready. Oliver.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think Sean seems to have moved into the dark. So let's get Paul, who seems to be quite bright and light on his side. So Paul, whom I introduced earlier, as I've mentioned, he currently chairs the PBS Technical Committee. He's got a wealth of experience, having been a senior researcher at the CSR for more than 30 years. Anyone in transport knows Paul, and I think his passion for promoting safety, compliance, and efficiency, and his knowledge base for the PBS project especially, is something which is, or can be, has the potential to be an exceptional win for the region. And I'll allow Paul to chat further and take it from here. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, thanks, Oliver, and hi again, everyone. I'm going to try running it from my computer, running the presentation from my computer now. I've disconnected my external monitor, so hopefully sometimes that has a problem with gives a problem with Zoom. Just let me know if you can see it.
Almost there.
Give it a bit of gas, Paul. There we go.
Just slide view.
I've gone on to slide view, but it's I don't know why these. Okay, is that all right?
There you go.
Can you see it?
Yes, you
Paul.
Okay, right. I'll try and make up a little bit of time, but I'm going to share something about the performance-based standard project and its impact on particularly safety and productivity. My screen is flashing again, but I'll persevere. I'm just going to, the problem statement really, which started with the research on PBS, is the instability of trucks. And this truck is going quite slowly. You can see at the bottom 28 miles per hour, and yet it rolls over going around a curve. And my screen is very intermittent. Is it okay on your side?
So the video was intermittent, yes, but we can hear you.
Okay, well, look, if it's not good, then I think you maybe want to run. I just have a couple of videos. This is one that was done and taken in Pinetown from a security camera. And again, sorry, I think there's maybe a problem with bandwidth. It's not showing, Harry.
No, Paul.
You want to run it from your computer again? Or should I just carry on?
I can do that for you.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what the problem is because I disconnected my external monitor and I've got quite a bit of memory. So I'm not sure what the...
Paul, I often report our stuff to our IT guy, and the first thing he asked me to do is to check if it's plugged in. Is your machine plugged in?
Just hang on a minute. I'm going to go and check.
Yeah, that's our IT guy. Check if it's plugged in. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Harry, you can just go to the second video just to quickly show. It's one of the rollovers in Pinetown a couple of years ago. But the United States Federal Highway Administration instigated a research project to try and find out what the cause of was so many, over 10,000 rollovers in the United States every year of trucks. And we have them in South Africa. Sometimes it's jackknifing. Unfortunately, the prescriptive regulations that we have, and this is common in countries around the world, does not adequately ensure stability of trucks. That's a shortcoming of prescriptive regulations. Next one, Harry. And the PBS approach is an attempt to try and improve stability and safety of vehicles. So our prescriptive legislation is to try and ensure that vehicles on the road are safe and don't cause undue damage to the road infrastructure. Next slide. But the reality is that, especially with heavy vehicles, the prescriptive regulation doesn't adequately ensure compliance with safety and infrastructure protection. So Australia, Canada, and New Zealand were the first 3 countries to look at using a performance-based standards approach for heavy vehicle design and operations. It also allows for higher capacity vehicles, and that's probably the big one of the big advantages of this approach, is that we can reduce the number of trucks on the road, reduce the road wear, reduce emissions, and reduce costs. So the pilot project in South Africa that started in 2007 in the forestry industry was to see what the benefits would be of the PBS approach on these things here. And you can see there's impact on sustainability, there's impact on safety, and there's impact on the environment. Next slide. Since then, there have been quite a number of research projects internationally looking at high capacity vehicles. I've been involved in most of these projects, looking at ways of how to ensure a sustainable environment, to reduce emissions, to address the problems of congestion in many countries as a result of increasing number of trucks. Next slide. So we developed a strategy in 2007, and there's a rules document that's been updated on numerous occasions. As the project has progressed, we face certain challenges, and we keep updating this rules document, which indicates to operators how they can get involved in this project. And the RTMS is a very important component. Next slide. So we based it largely on the Australian performance-based scheme, which was introduced into their legislation in 2008, and they now have about 20,000 PBS vehicles operating in Australia. Next slide. So the essence of this is to look at the actual performance of a vehicle on the road. How does it behave? So the research resulted in the development of a number of standard maneuvers, which you see on the left-hand side. There's some low-speed maneuvers and there's some high-speed maneuvers, and these are all predefined. And the computer simulations are done with resulting in analyzing certain performance standards, which you see on the right-hand column. I'll show you a couple of examples of these. So the interest is not so much on the mass and dimensions of the vehicle, in other words, what it looks like, but rather how it behaves on the road network. And the computer simulations are done for specific vehicles with their payloads to see that they comply with these so-called performance standards. Next slide. So I'm going to show you a couple of examples. I think the first one, yeah, you can play this, Harry. It's 5 trucks. The first 2 are prescriptive trucks in Australia that are doing a low-speed turn. So you can see this tracking. So this performance standard, that vehicle performs quite well. The second vehicle has got 2 trailers. Tracking the 19-meter standard vehicle. The third vehicle is a 20-meter GPS vehicle that's being designed to have a maximum in car. It goes around the corner further than the previous vehicle. You can see it goes quite nicely around the corner. Okay, we missed out the last 2, but they just emphasize the impact of the off tracking. So but don't worry, Harry, you can skip. You can play these 2 videos. The left-hand one is a baseline legal vehicle, standard vehicle typically used in timber. So a rigid truck with a drawbar trailer. And with this performance standard, it failed. And that's due to a number of design features like the position of the hitch, the suspension, the track width, etc. If you look at this, the one on the right-hand side, that's a PBS vehicle. It's 27 meters long. It's got a combination mass of 67.5 tons. So it's a high-capacity vehicle, but it's been designed to comply with the performance standards. And there are 20 of them altogether, including infrastructure standards. And this is just one of them. So in order for a PBS vehicle to be approved, it has to pass all 20 performance standards. Next, you can go on, next slide. This is some testing we did at Gerotech outside Pretoria last year. And this is a high-speed lane change maneuver. And so these performance standards are sometimes done in the field, usually to validate the computer simulation, to make sure that the computer is giving realistic results. Next slide. And this is another performance standard, which is often a problem. The red one is a PBS vehicle and the blue one is a baseline vehicle. Now you have increasing lateral acceleration as you go around the corner on a curve, increasing speed, and the baseline failed, whereas the PBS vehicle, which is a 30-meter rig, 83 tons, has been designed to comply with this static rollover threshold performance standard. So what it means, it gives the driver a much better chance of not rolling over given certain circumstances. And a lot of prescriptive standard vehicles fail this rollover test. And that is, it's to do with obviously the payload, it's to do with the suspension, the track width. There's certain features on a truck that you can improve, but it's not controlled by the legislation. Okay, next slide. You can also do it, the field testing. This was done also at Gerotech, where you use a tilt table and you tilt the table until the vehicle actually rolls over. But there are chains there to stop it. But you measure the angle at the point which the top tires lift off the tilt table, and that angle represents the static rollover threshold. It's quite exciting kind of testing to do, because it's actually scary. This is a fully loaded truck. Okay, next slide. So there's quite a lot of science behind this PBS approach. There are also standards, as I mentioned, regarding roads and bridges. I'm not going to go into that, but and they're under development. We recently got some information from Australia. They're revising their performance standards for infrastructure, and we're going to look at it, and maybe we will revise the standards that we have here as well. Next slide. One of the shortcomings of the allowance in the regulation for single tires on an axle that can go up to 8 tons is very much increased road wear. So this graph shows PBS vehicles with the red blocks, red squares, and the baseline or standard vehicles are the blue diamonds. And this is a graph showing you could say road damage per ton of payload. So the lower the value, the more road friendly the vehicle. And we've done a lot of comparisons with many different designs, and the PBS vehicles are consistently road friendly, and mainly because they're required to have dual tires, which makes them a lot more better for the road authorities. Next slide. I'm just touching on these performance standards. Obviously, there's a lot that goes behind them. In some cases, with the longer PBS vehicles, the road authority will require a traffic impact assessment. This is in Middelburg. It's a 30-meter rig. Once you're off the N4, you've obviously got to get to the distribution center. And the road authority said, look, we just want to see that this vehicle can go through the intersection safely. And that's what we call a traffic impact assessment. Next slide. So the PBS performance-based standards is one of the pillars for high-capacity transport. The other pillar is the RTMS. And as we've heard this morning, it's so important for transport operators to be compliant, to have well-maintained vehicles, and particularly competent drivers. That, you know, we've had some really good presentations this morning on the importance of those elements. So for high-capacity transport, we feel very strongly, and the road authorities, that RTMS is a good basis for allowing these high-capacity vehicles on the road network. Next slide. So I'll just give a few examples. That infographic was at the end of 2020 or 2019. End of December 2022, we had about 870 PBS vehicles and had covered 430 million kilometers, which is, that data is used to monitor the benefits of the project. At the moment, it's mainly in forestry and mining, but it's growing in other areas. Next slide. So these are just some examples. The top two are timber PBS vehicles. The bottom two are mining side tippers. The mining side tippers are not over length, they just increased in mass, and they're not allowed to go over the axle load limit. So 9 tons on a single axle, 18 tons on a dual axle, but obviously with more axles, they're not limited to the 56-ton limit, and they obviously have to operate under permits. Next slide. And on dedicated routes. So they have to apply for the routes. This is 11-axle vehicle operated by SA Breweries. Next slide. This we call an A-double. It's 2 trailers with a dolly in between. Here's some more. There's a bi-articulated bus in Mbombela. And there you can see the crash statistics. The bi-articulated buses, this is now, 6, 7, 8, 9 years of data. The bi-articulated buses are running at 5 crashes per million, compared with the solo buses at 9.5 crashes per million. So you can see the reduction in crash rates. Next slide. This is a relatively new timber PBS vehicle that's operating on the N2 between Richards Bay and Sappi-Saikor, and this resulted from the termination of Transnet's timber transport from Richards Bay to Sappi-Saikor at Umkomaas. For many years, they'd been transporting timber by rail, and unfortunately, that contract was terminated by Transnet. I don't know what all the reasons were. I think it's partly because of the pressure to move mining products, but the KZN DOT approved this project. And I think, you know, it's like 10 of these vehicles operating on the N2 is doing the same work as about 40 or 50 standard trucks. So you can see the big difference in the number of trucks on the road, and it's a dual carriageway, so the length is not such a big issue. Next slide. This is the first PBS vehicle in Namibia. They've started a pilot project in Walvis Bay. Sorry, just it's a 90-ton combination mass. Sorry, I'm just expecting a take-a-lot delivery, so I have to keep my phone on. And yeah, the mayor opened this project, the launch in Walvis Bay, and had very positive feedback from residents, because the number of trips for this salt transport, it's a short distance of 18 kilometers to the port, reduced from 80 trips to 44 trips per day. Next slide. And this is the second PBS project in Namibia for frozen fish, two 40-foot containers. And that reduces the number of trips by 50%. Next slide. The Coca-Cola PBS vehicle, same as the the AB InBev project, 11 axles. It's about an 83-ton combination, and they're running it on numerous routes in a number of provinces with very good results. The next slide, I don't know if it's going to run, but it just shows how these A doubles with steerable axles at the back, hopefully it will run. Yes. This is a summary of the savings that have been measured. They're very similar as that's December 2020. They haven't changed much, but you can see a 26% reduction in trips and kilometers, 20% reduction in fuel, and then road wear, approximately 12% reduction in road wear. And then the significant one is the crashes per million is a 44% reduction. Next slide. The Australian project, that was up 2019, but they now have about 20,000. But you can just see on the one circle, they also measured a very significant reduction in major crashes, 46% less major crashes per kilometer traveled. So our statistics in South Africa are not way off compared to Australia. Next slide. That's the increase in the PBS vehicles approved in Australia. So last year in 2022, they approved 2,300 PBS applications. Next slide. And this just emphasizes the fact that the baseline or standard trucks, many of them don't pass all the performance standards. So 56% of the baseline heavy vehicles that we've analyzed fail at least one of the performance standards. So it just shows that this PBS approach results in trucks that are much more stable and safer on the road. Next slide. The most common performance standards that a standard truck fails are the high-speed performance standards. So there you can see the three most common standards are static rollover threshold, rearward amplification. I showed you both of those. And then another one is yaw damping coefficient. So a lot of trucks will fail these high-speed performance standards, which means that the driver has got a higher risk in certain emergency situations. Next slide. So this is the objective in broad terms is to, because we've got limited roads in our, we can't just keep building new roads. And you can see, I mean, in the last 20 years, there haven't been that many new roads, and yet the traffic volumes are increasing. So we've got to make the best use of the existing road network, but at the same time, stay within this acceptable safety infrastructure and also environmental parameters. And so that's what the PBS or high capacity transport project is trying to do, is to try and reduce the cost of transport, reduce emissions, reduce congestion, and ensure that the trucks are more safe on the road. Thanks. I think that's probably the last slide. Thanks very much, Oliver.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, as I think Joy has said in the chat, informative presentation, and oh, she loves the humor too. Great, thanks, Joy. Yeah, I think as you can see, the PBS project offers great benefit for the region. We know that, as I've mentioned at the outset, high traffic volumes, the drive to greener supply chains, the need to ensure safer vehicles, all of these are directly addressed by the PBS project. And I think certainly if there are colleagues from the bulk commodities into the mining sector, forestry, sugar, I think it's worthwhile giving consideration to the PBS project because of the exceptional benefit, safety, and productivity as well. So thanks again, Paul, for a very informative session. Sean is back online. So Sean, I'm going to ask you to log in again and conclude, I think, your presentation. Thanks, Sean. Okay, just to put that onto presentation mode, Sean, and then you are good to go.
Yep. Wrong one.
Bottom right, sort of towards the end. Oh, there, okay. Yeah, great, thank you.
Let me just get to the slide where we were. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay, so some of the things that I was mentioning is on the lack or absolute poor maintenance is like routine maintenance, brake inspections, tire inspections, brake surveys, tire inspections. And some of the realities that we're getting are things like this. So he has a truck with absolutely no brakes whatsoever. How an owner or a mechanic or anybody allows this on the road is just frightening. Again, another vehicle, absolutely no brakes. He has where the brake shoe should be sitting, absolutely no brakes on this truck. And these are things that are very easily picked up by the local traffic police as well. If a traffic policeman or law enforcement officer was to just take a look under the vehicle, they would see this. It's blatant that the brakes are non-existent on that truck. That's just another view again of another truck, just no brakes again. Missing brake boosters. And really, guys, there's no law enforcement person that couldn't just pop his head under the back of this truck here and see the airlines for the brake boosters have just been tied up with a bit of wire, and both brake boosters are missing, just not there. That's the same picture, just a close up again. Really horrifying. So this truck on these drive wheels has no brakes whatsoever. He might have some braking on the front. I don't have a picture of the front of this truck. He might have a little braking on the front drive wheels, steering wheels, but definitely in the back of the truck, no brakes at all. Now, put a normal load of 36 tons behind you, depending on whether there's any braking on the trailers. How on earth do you expect it to stop when you don't even have brake boosters on your truck? This is just another one, again, missing brake boosters, and how the guys tie them up, block off the airlines just with a bit of wire. So they knew there was a problem here, but still allowed this truck onto the road. This brake booster is not functioning whatsoever. The slack adjuster should be almost in the position of this. This brake booster is not functioning whatsoever. So on this truck, you're going to have one side of one hub is going to be locking or braking, and the other one is going to be free with no braking whatsoever, which means your braking is uneven. So you're going to get an uneven stopping or a skid. wear to the side, a yaw to the side, brake shoes that are non-existent. This particular brake shoe comes from an accident. You can see the braking material is right down to the drum. There's nothing whatsoever on there. There's no ways that this brake could function. Again, another one on the same truck. No meat on there. No material, adhesive material for braking whatsoever. And if you look at this one in particular, how it's been scarring, it's blued from the heat. That means it's been really hot inside there. As it's been roaming on the drum, the wheel hub, excessive damage to that, but then excessive damage to the wheel hub, which I'll show you in just a second. There again, I think Paul was mentioning it about the brake material, or on the one brake and tire watch that they went to, where there's no braking. There's a gap between the brake material and the brake drum itself. Here again, insufficient braking, insufficient space between the braking material and the brake and the wheel drum. No way that this vehicle would brake effectively. This is just a picture of uneven braking. So you see the material is worn out on the top, and there's a whole bunch. It's a lot thicker down the bottom, which means the brakes are not adjusted properly. So you're getting excessive wear on some part of the brake, but on other part, you're not getting wear at all. That's just a mechanical issue. That's just that the brakes have not been set or adjusted correctly. I mentioned just now the bluing of the hubs, of the wheel hubs. If you look at here, the damage to this is totally damaged. The hairline cracks in this drum is just from the heat, from the friction between that metal on metal, and this will definitely it's compromised, so it will definitely not function whatsoever. Again, the bluing just shows of the superheat. We were talking about if you're looking at some of the significant hills in KwaZulu-Natal, coming down Van Renen, coming down Town Hill. That's why we have a lot of these issues with trucks on fire, where you have this type of stuff where you've got a brake shoe and a brake drum that's metal on metal. It's causing excessive heat. The excessive heat starts to smolder and cause fire. As soon as it starts to cause fire in here, the heat causes the fire, and then it's up into the side of the truck, and the truck starts burning. And no excuse for this whatsoever. No excuse for this whatsoever. Again, looking through the inspection port, if you look at the brake shoe and where the brake drum is, that's probably 9 to 10 millimeters wide part there. There's no ways that this brake can actually brake that truck whatsoever. There is brakes, but they're not set in a position that they can work efficiently. And this particular one was from coming down Van Renen's, at the bottom of Van Renen's. There's a close-up of it. There's the brake shoe, there's the brake drum. Look at that significant gap there. There's no ways that brake could actually work in any way. Another thing that contributes to our braking system, there's no non-return valve in the Susie's. It's a requirement, SABS requirement, that you have a non-return valve in the Susie. If you don't have this non-return valve, it can cause that the air escapes out of the Susie, out of the airline system. If the air is escaping out of the airline system, it then affects your braking system once again. So all of that about braking and braking systems that I've just mentioned is all maintenance related issues. It's all this maintenance and people taking chances, taking cost saving, not wanting to spend money on the maintenance of the vehicles, and putting people's lives at risk. Every single one of these trucks puts people's lives at risk, puts our lives, you and your family, puts our lives at risk. The last little thing that I'd like to talk about is this culture that we have in South Africa of lawlessness. We've noticed, and I'm sure all of you have noticed, drivers driving on the road, failing to comply with any of the traffic rules, jumping through red robots, trucks speeding up to jump through the red robot instead of slowing down and stopping for the red robot. Disregard of the speed limits, especially coming down Van Reenen. I've come down Van Reenen's at 80 plus, which is more than the speed limit, and you get some tractors loaded that are coming down, passing you in the fast lane. The speed limit down Van Reenen's is 40 for a heavy vehicle. When they're doing more than 80 or 100 down Van Reenen's, not using the engine brakes, not using the retarders, being in the incorrect gear, you can't do 100 kilometers an hour in a truck if you're in the wrong, if you're in low gear, which you should be when you're coming down a hill like Van Reenen's. And those are the type of things that start to cause the serious traffic accidents that we have. Failing to stop at the compulsory stops. The compulsory stops on all the big downhills are really there for the truck to stop, engage a low gear, which is recommended to go down those long hills. So those are the type of things that we physically are seeing on the road, the physical negligence and disregard for roads that we're seeing. Just in conclusion now, a little bit about driver fatigue. How can we help to solve these problems? Ensure driver policies that are corrective in your company. Ensure that you make sure that your drivers rest regularly, that they stop on the roads, ensure that the drivers take their breaks. And this is also, I put a little emphasis here, not just on the driver, but on the controllers, on the management teams, on the supervisors and controllers. Make sure that you are monitoring your drivers. Make sure that you monitor your drivers' rest stops and stuff like that. One of the other things that we have had recently, I had a driver who was well rested, ready for his job, but he had serious personal family issues at home, and he had a near miss. And when I interviewed him, he indicated that the stress of the personal family issue caused him to be not to pay 100% attention. So when your drivers are doing, when your controllers and your fleet managers are doing their pre-check inspections or your driver briefings, check with the drivers that he doesn't have any serious personal issues or family-related issues that could cause him, his mind, not to be 100% on the job that he's doing. All of these things are going to help us to secure our drivers, which is our most important asset. And then, of course, the company is always concerned about the trucks and the cargo, the assets, the physical assets. But our drivers are one of the most important assets that we have in every company. If our driver is good, the rest of our company is going to be good. Prevent maintenance, inspections of trucks regularly, the utilization of qualified mechanical staff to be involved with this, with the servicing and maintaining of your trucks. Keeping a detailed service record of the trucks that when they're serviced. We've had traffic accidents where we call for service history, and a guy will present a set of invoices to you. When you check on the invoices, the brakes that they've showed you on the invoice cannot have fitted onto that tractor. They're brakes that might be for a trailer or for another vehicle. They're the wrong size brakes. They're not the right specification for that particular tractor. And guys will present these invoices and say, you know what, we bought the brakes. Buying the brakes doesn't also mean that you fitted them. So keeping a detailed good service history of your tractor and of your trailers is a really big thing that's helpful and part of the preventative maintenance. Daily vehicle inspections by mechanical staff and by your drivers to ensure that the driver is satisfied that he's on the road. One of the ladies was mentioning now that I think the lady from Crossroads was saying, we need to get into this mindset that if a driver makes a complaint, that we take it seriously, and that if he doesn't want to drive the truck because the truck is not roadworthy, that we take that vehicle out of service, and that we may repair the defects before putting it back into service. Because by not doing this, we start opening the companies up for liability. There's a huge swing at the moment with law enforcement and the courts, that they want you to start charging owners of companies for being responsible for the culpable homicide of people on the road, that they need to take responsibility for the deaths of people that are caused by the trucks. So all of these preventative measures that I'm suggesting will help relieve the liability that we have. And of course, the last one, which is always important, ensure that the drivers are adequately trained for the jobs that they're doing. Just three little things that are comments on sort of my pet hates. No backlights on the trailer. So many trailers at night. So many trailers at night. If you drive on a road and you don't see a trailer that doesn't have its backlights, you'll be shocked. Bad and worn reflective tape. Now the guy doesn't have lights, he doesn't have reflective tape, SABS reflective tape on the vehicle, or it's so badly worn and damaged that you can't see it. And this is a huge, especially in bad weather, this is a big significant contributor to rear end accidents, especially by locomotive motor vehicles. And then the last one that's kind of also a pet hate is the standard of the cabs that the drivers are driving in. Make sure that there's no loose objects lying around in the cab, especially 2-liter mineral bottles, cold drink bottles. Drivers are well known to keep plastic bottles, 2-liter bottles in the cab for drinking whilst on the route. We found them lying around in the footwells. A loose bottle or a loose object lying around in the footwell that can, when you have to brake sharply, can interfere with the braking system. It can get wedged under the brake pedal itself, and then it could seriously impact on the braking of your vehicle. So guys, thank you very much for the time. I must apologize again for a little downtime, and thank you again, Oliver, for slotting me in at the back of it. I'll be very happy to take any questions, or if I left my phone number and email address, people are welcome to contact me if they have any questions they'd like us to answer. Thanks very much, Oliver and Harry.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean, for a good presentation again. I think when we look at those photographs of the compromised braking systems and other defects, I think it just drives home the harsh and stark reality of what we are confronted with on our roads every single day. Hence the need for these kind of platforms and forums to raise an awareness. And we saw, I think from Paul's presentation, around 60 to 70% of random inspections that we've been doing via Fleet Watch, Brake and Tire Watch have shown defective trucks based on defective tires and brakes. And if you were to apply the 60 to 70% statistic to around 300 to 400 heavy vehicles, then it becomes really scary to think of how many of these vehicles are out there on the roads that we're sharing with them. So I think, again, a reminder and a prompt for us to really work hard and plug away to change this narrative that's currently confronting us. Okay, great. So we are behind time. Eugene is up next. Eugene is the executive for product solutions at C-Track, and he's going to be chatting to us around the role of telematics in providing transport operators with key diagnostics to help them identify risk and then to mitigate accordingly. Eugene, thanks very much for your patience again. And yeah, we're sorry we're late, but we'll try and make up the time. Thanks, Eugene. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Oliver. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. that's on the call. Thank you for this opportunity. Just want to make sure that, please just confirm that you can see my screen.
It's good. Thank you, Eugene.
Okay, fantastic. So yeah, Oliver, thank you very much for this opportunity. The idea is to share some information on the role of telematics and the type of information and diagnostics that we can provide to transport businesses. And in our experience, which spans over more than 35 years, we've summarized the contribution that telematics can actually bring to transport businesses in what we call 5 key management areas. Those areas are risk management, cost management, revenue increase, operational control, and asset management. And the intention of this afternoon's brief session is to highlight some of the data that you could extract from a telematics device to assist you with managing these different areas. Risk has always been, and if you see all the discussions that we've had previously, especially the one by Sean, risk is something that happens on a daily basis. We've identified the risk from a telematics perspective in 2 main areas. Firstly, from a security perspective, and secondly, from a safety perspective. Everything that we've been talking about now, everything that RTMS is about. But if we look at the various factors from a security perspective, telematics can assist transport companies by providing real-time information. Information like emergency notifications. It comes in different forms, can be available in different formats. Many telematics service providers provide a form of a panic button, some mechanism that allows the driver to notify the company that something is not going according to plan. I think what is very, very important from a telematics perspective is not only the availability of such an emergency notification mechanism, but it must be accompanied by training to the driver, the operator of that vehicle, to make sure that they understand what is going to happen, what is the outcome going to be, so that they also aware. The last thing you want to do is place somebody in harm's way, especially in an emergency situation, and they don't know what is going to happen or what they need to do to get assistance in an emergency notification. So from a security perspective, early warning is critical. The sooner you get to know about things that's not going the way it should be going, the earlier you can take measures to be able to address those. Unfortunately, as we've experienced in today's session, load shedding and the lack of communication infrastructure is a reality for us in South Africa. So in the absence of communication, telematic systems must ensure that we can provide in-vehicle resistance. And this can happen in different ways. If we look at something that is part of our daily lives, from a security perspective, a lot of criminal syndicates are utilizing technology like jamming technology to interfere with telematics devices and to prevent communication between a telematics device and the company that's monitoring that. So detection is very important. Detection of jamming is very important, but even more important is the intervention. What can be done about this? Unfortunately, prevention in our daily lives is very unlikely. We can't prevent guys from utilizing something like a jamming device. But in-vehicle action is critical. So when something happens, the telematics service provider and the technology should allow you to take in-vehicle preventative measures, despite external factors like a failure in communication network. Lastly, from a security perspective, telematics can provide visibility on route planning. Many telematic systems can provide route planning and scheduling functionality, and proper planning ultimately can reduce the risks associated with those routes. Visibility on route execution is fundamental. To know exactly where your vehicles are, to know where they are traveling, how far they've progressed, between the loading and the offloading environment. And of course, automated in-vehicle control with operational execution is vital to reduce the risk. And these factors can all be contributed by telematics devices. From a safety perspective, and we've just heard so many things about safety and driving, telematics technology can accurately measure driving behavior. We call them the ABCs, acceleration, braking, cornering, and speed. Again, it's one thing to report and record driving behavior information, but that data must be used, that information must be used. So not only monitoring, but using the data to debrief drivers on their performance, to be able to assist them with training, to change their behavior. And of course, a driver or an operator assessment is critical to make sure that when we apply training, it actually takes place and there's a better and an improved driving behavior. The next critical thing is to ensure that we have skilled, licensed, and authorized drivers or operators of our vehicles and our equipment. So telematic systems can also assist with that, to make sure that the right people are using the right equipment and that the people with the correct licenses are allowed to operate specific equipment. Again, and as I've been saying, with an emergency notification, the operator needs to know how to use this and what to do. So it is imperative that a company makes sure that the licensed drivers are actually configured in the system. Sean just mentioned fatigue. One of the contributors or one of the technologies that can add a lot of value in terms of safety measurements and safety improvements is to provide camera technology. Camera technology provides context of what is happening or what happened and undisputable evidence. Statistics show that 80% of crashes and 65% of near crashes involved some form of driver inattention 3 seconds prior to the event. That's distraction, a mobile phone. Sean mentioned an emotional environment where the driver isn't really concentrating. And according to worldwide statistics between 2010 and 2018, distracted driving contributed 14 to 17% of accidents and crashes. So distraction for drivers is a critical element, and utilizing camera technology, we can actually reduce that. And then fundamentally to the safety of a driver, of course, is wearing a seatbelt. Statistics clearly show that a driver that doesn't use a seatbelt cannot control the vehicle in the event of an emergency. He very often loses control because he can't control his position in the vehicle, and that ultimately ends up in severe crashes. Now, to give some sort of context in terms of what cameras can provide, and there's lots of camera technology out there, but telematics companies can provide cameras that's anything from a 2-channel up to a 16-channel camera, which is high definition, infrared, even motion detection cameras. 3G technology allows this camera footage to be streamed and downloaded in real time. So it's not a question of just recording events and then seeing it afterwards. The latest technology actually allows you to view in real time or stream what is happening inside the vehicle. And then there's, of course, additional camera benefits like the driver monitoring systems and the ADAS, the advanced driver assist systems, that add additional camera complexity and features that detects distraction or phone use or fatigue. And ADAS, of course, assists with proximity detection. So how close is my vehicle to other objects, other vehicles, other road users? Is there objects around the vehicle that is being detected? And of course, road speed, as Sean clearly indicated. Unfortunately, our roads today, people don't adhere to speed limits anymore. To give a little bit of just a set of information on typically what happens in a fleet. A typical logistics fleet that we've recently run a project with is about 119 heavy commercial road transport vehicles. These vehicles average approximately 12,000 kilometers per month and average about 13 driving hours per day, talking about fatigue and utilization and the pressure and the stress that drivers are under. And taking that amount of kilometers and those amounts of hours inside a vehicle, on average, a fleet of 119 vehicle creates or generates 15,000 ADAS and DMS events. So that's distractions, that's phone use, that's proximity objects closer than supposed to be. So you can just see the amount of things happening around a vehicle that can influence that driver and the vehicle. And unfortunately, as we've mentioned, the driver is a key element in this whole process. The driver makes sure that he sticks within the rules of the road. The driver also is responsible for how he drives the vehicle. And unfortunately, the reality of our roads today is that often drivers are distracted by one of the technologies that's made our lives better in the form of mobile phones, but unfortunately also creating an environment where people are now not concentrating on the roads that they are using. So these images that you're seeing is typically what you would get from a driver monitoring system camera that looks very specifically at the driver's facial environment, can pick up drowsiness, fatigue, it can pick up distractions, it can pick up even if guys are smoking or eating while they are driving. And all of these elements unfortunately contribute to an unsafe environment. This next snippet is just an example of typically what happens. Now, the benefit of having camera technology in a vehicle provides evidence on exactly what happened. Prior to this environment, can be used as training material and of course used to guide new drivers or the drivers in that fleet to try and prevent these things from happening. So if we look at the second area, or out of the key 5 areas, it's all about cost management. And this cost management element, and there's many ways that you can save costs, but the one key element that we've seen through our years in this industry is the driver of the vehicle. The driver is pivotal in a transport business, in any business. But from a cost perspective, the driver is a significant impact on the costs. And through telematics, we can accurately provide data on who drives or operates the equipment, when they operate them. So we mentioned, and Sean mentioned, the driving hours, where they operate them, going down from Renenspas or going downhill, and ultimately how they use that vehicle. And all of these ultimately has an impact, a cost perspective, either from a maintenance perspective, an accident and insurance, maybe a fines perspective, but ultimately also a productivity perspective. So if the driver doesn't operate the machine properly, drives the vehicle properly, you will have excessive fuel consumption, excessive brake control damage that ultimately leads to higher maintenance. So through telematics, you can measure any time that the machine is operated, the vehicle is operated. You can reduce costs by changing the driving behavior. And we have seen significant benefits from companies actually doing that specifically. Telematics provides data in many different formats, but graphically, you can actually very, very easily see what is my harsh driving trends. You know, is it going in the right direction? Is it becoming better or is it not becoming better? We can also manage the utilization. How many kilometers and how much time do the guys actually spend on the roads? Sean spoke about speeding. You can have specific speeding data that looks very specifically not only at top end speed, not only at maximum speed, but also road specific speed limits. Telematics allows us to create what we call area geofences, like places like Van Reenen or like downtown Hill, where we can set a specific speed limit to that area and then get reporting specifically on my driver's behavior in those high risk areas. All of this, of course, being able to be reported. So you can easily manage who are the guys that's not adhering to the road regulations or the vehicle regulations. The third area is what we call productivity and utilization. Ultimately, this is how we generate revenue, especially from a transport business perspective. It allows us to see that work has been done and completed, so proof of service, adherence to service level agreements, to be able to have accurate distances traveled, to make sure that we know what our drivers are doing out there, their operating hours. So telematics provides accurate operating hours to measure what we call turnaround times. People refer to it as gate-to-gate time. So how efficiently am my drivers operating when they're picking up load or when they're dropping off a specific load? To reduce standing times, because in a transport environment, unfortunately, standing doesn't generate any income. So to reduce standing times. And then, of course, in line with the PBS standards, with the whole RTMS philosophy, is to be able to make sure that vehicles are optimally loaded to get the highest productivity without overloading those vehicles. So through telematics, you can get historic proof of service. Was the vehicle there? What route did he follow? Did he arrive on time? Did he actually complete what he was supposed to be done? We can measure what we call the utilization. So total kilometers, total driving hours. The system provides accurate kilometers to show you exactly who's performing, who's under pressure, who's doing the most kilometers, because ultimately that potentially can lead to a higher risk. Telematics can also share with us where people are spending their time. How much time are they spending at specific locations? Are they efficient in the turnaround of what needs to be done? And maybe they spend time in places where they shouldn't be. So how often does that happen? Number one. And number two, how can we identify and reduce those particular areas? Telematics systems also provide the ability to provide the driver with in-vehicle, online, what we call job information. So what does he need to do? So we can actually provide a mobile environment where we can give him his instructions. He can follow those instructions. He can complete those instructions. He can even be navigated through a mobile application to where he needs to go. And the benefit of having that control in the vehicle is that the vehicle uses the shortest route to get to the specific destination, ultimately reducing the amount of kilometers that we need to travel, maybe potentially unnecessary kilometers, but that ultimately reduces fuel, CO2. The driver spends less time on the road, which assists with your safety in terms of fatigue. So being able to give drivers exact directions, I think, is very, very valuable in terms of any business. The fourth area that telematics can assist with is the day-to-day decision making. We call that operational control. This is the place where people have visibility, real-time visibility on what is happening. Where is my vehicle? Is he en route? Has he arrived on time? If there's an emergency, where is it happening? How can I support my vehicle? If there's a breakdown, can I get to the exact location as quickly as possible to get that vehicle back on the road? So many telematic systems provide a graphical interface where you can actually view what is happening. You can also see a graphical timeline. So you can see exactly what has happened. When did my vehicles leave this morning? Is he traveling within the necessary speed limits? How is he driving? Is he overspeeding maybe? Is he idling too long? So visibly, telematic systems can provide that overview. And again, if you combine that with camera footage, with video inside a vehicle and the ability to live stream data. If your vehicle is at a weighbridge or at a loading or an offloading site, the ability to see what is happening is fundamental in making the best decisions for your business. Maybe there's a queue, and that's the reason why the vehicle hasn't delivered yet. So you can actually see that through the cameras. Maybe there's some form of roadblock or roadworks that doesn't allow the vehicle to get to the destination as quickly as you intended it to be there. So again, camera now provides operational views and assist companies with making better in-time decisions. I've mentioned scheduling and the ability to schedule your routes and plan properly. So telematics companies can provide route planning and scheduling, and not only allows us to know exactly what is supposed to be happening, but if we have the ability to measure what we call planned versus actual, we now know if things are going according to plan or not. Are the guys on time or are they running behind? And the benefit of telematics is that this is real time. You don't have to phone the driver and ask him where he is. Is he going to be on time? Based on the route the driver is traveling, based on the information that has been provided, the system does those calculations for you and helps you make better decisions, ultimately in terms of your operations. The last area of information that telematics can provide is all around asset management. That's to make sure that you keep your assets on the road. We've seen the footages and the information that Sean shared in terms of the quality and the maintenance of some of these vehicles. But through telematics, you can schedule your maintenance servicing. You can schedule your license renewals. Unfortunately, also, telematics and technology can help when there has been an accident. What actually happened at the time of the event? So telematics and technology can provide an insight onto exactly what happened over there. So telematics systems can provide real-time notifications on which vehicles are due for services. Again, this is a tool that needs to be utilized in the business so that you make sure that your vehicles are serviced on time, to make sure that the vehicles are properly licensed and legally on the road. It can also show you, and I think somebody mentioned, Sean mentioned that, some telematic systems can provide pre-trip inspections. So is the vehicle safe? Is the tires the right depth? Is the brake linings fine? There's many different aspects that you can monitor, but through an electronic asset inspection before the vehicle departs, the business will know if that vehicle is actually roadworthy or not. So telematics can contribute considerable amount of data, and in line with RTMS and the various elements that RTMS takes into consideration, telematics can actually provide a lot of assistance and a lot of help in terms of managing a fleet according to the RTMS regulations. So everything from safety, security, your driving behavior, the maintenance can be provided through telematics. So in short, Oliver, thank you very much for the opportunity, for allowing us to just share some of the data that is available through telematics to transport businesses, and that can assist them with improving their businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugene, for a comprehensive understanding of what your service offering is. I think your 5 main focus areas is something which provides an invaluable resource to any transport business who are serious about managing their risk in the most effective manner. And if you look at just one focus area, which is your driving behavior, and we're talking about holistic management, right? The platform that Eugene and C-Track have will provide a transport business with every single key diagnostic or behavior or trend, but ultimately, the way that a business uses that data to manage its drivers is determining whether that truck is in fact safe and efficient or not. So thanks again, Eugene, for allowing us access to what your service offering is. And we appreciate your time again also.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent, thanks. So now we're coming on, we are quite behind time. I will try and make up some of their time. Harry, if you could allow me to share my screen. Thank you. Okay, so I'm up next, and wow, okay, I've got a slide hiccup here for some reason. Give me a second. And I can't ask Harry to share either because I didn't give him a presentation. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you can all see that.
Yes, slide
It's
view.
now on presentation mode. Okay, so what I'd like to chat to you about for the next few minutes is just to summarize some of these systems and certifications achieved by South Africa's leading corporate and private transport businesses. We're very privileged to have around 450 clients, and that includes the top 10 corporate entities and the top 10 privately owned businesses. Majority of these clients have embraced the RTMS and or ISO management systems. This is kind of a summary of what best practices we see, and we'd like to certainly share this knowledge in the hope that it will enable other businesses to look at how things can be done in accordance with the theme of today, which is safety, efficiency, and business sustainability. And if one thinks about it, every business has a strategy, right? When you're a new entrant to the market, your strategy is around just surviving the first couple of years, just to get your foot in the door, so to speak. And as one evolves, and we've seen with Anna's presentation at Mamoja, they're now gaining some serious momentum, and their strategy is now leaning towards the use of systems to help them get to where their business wants to go in terms of access to markets, improving profitability, improving their brand acceptance, and sustaining the business long term. Now, it's common knowledge that corporates certainly have very well-defined strategies, and all these strategies will have a myriad of systems, right, that give effect to the direction of the CEO or the management board or the ownership. Today, we're going to be looking at some of these management systems that we are seeing more and more in the logistics and transport business. So all these systems are used to help a business become more sustainable. Now, depending on the size of the business, there are varying degrees of complexity, formality, and efficiency. So each business will say, okay, this is our operating environment. This is the context of our business in terms of human resource, size of fleet, commodity being transported, and other factors. And based on that, they will say, okay, these are the systems and the structure of the system that we need to help us at this given point. And as you grow and evolve along your business journey, the complexity and nature of the systems would evolve. So it's important to understand a system is not just a one-size-fits-all, and it certainly isn't static. So as the business grows, it's important to innovate and develop further. We're seeing and we're getting more and more clients reporting some of the business benefits. We've heard Mary's recount from Crossroads and Anna from Mamoja, but we have very similar stories from a host of other companies, and they're seeing that the systems allow them to achieve tangible benefits. And this includes, obviously, profitability, which is key for a business to be sustained. It helps them to influence the way their brand is perceived, so brand reputation. And as you can see, and as we all know, taking or building a brand takes time and is extremely difficult. Breaking a brand or brand reputation can happen overnight. Just one incident can really cause one to lose clients and lose reputation. Service delivery, some of the systems that we certify, such as ISO 9001, is around managing one's processes to ensure that the client receives on-time service delivery in the required specification. Safety performance, I mean, those of you who are playing in the mining sector or in the dangerous goods or petrochemical sector will know that part of your contract means you will comply with certain reportable safety criteria, excuse me. And we are seeing that more and more blue chips, excuse me, more and more blue chips, more and more corporate entities are giving preference to transport operators who can demonstrate that their safety performance is one that is progressive and that is minimizing risk. And in fact, they're able to show that their incident rates are at a level that is not excessive. And of course, good governance, right? I mean, nowadays we always hear about, and we increasingly hear about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So having these systems in place does enable a business to demonstrate that they have good governance in place over all aspects of their business, including fleet, managing the drivers, technical management, service delivery, etc. So in talking about ISO standards, which are some of these management systems that the corporates or leading companies do embrace and implement, there's compelling evidence that these ISO standards are yielding tangible benefits. And we are seeing more and more that ISO certification is becoming a contractual obligation, certainly on some of the higher end RFQs. And in some sectors, in the automotive sector, for example, ISO 9001 is now become almost an entry-level requirement. I used to work for a German company many years ago, and in certain sectors of the German automotive industry, this was a very base requirement, and this was way back in the 90s or late 90s, early 2000s. And it seems like that trend is certainly growing. If we look at ISO 9001 as an example, you can see that a lot of the leading economies in the world are certainly adopting the standard, and it's certainly part of the supply chain. In our country, it perhaps could be bigger, but it is nonetheless becoming a requirement in many supply chains. Now, we've seen and heard from various stakeholders about the importance of having systems and processes. Now, when we look at certification in particular, there's a very prescriptive approach in terms of, in this example, how does one embrace an international quality management system? So and part of this, the process approach is that one has to define the organizational context, one has to define the needs and expectations of interested parties and stakeholders. So your shareholders, your local community, your clients, obviously, your suppliers. So all of these that play a key role in your business needs to be identified and included within your internal processes. So you can see by the red circles, there's a requirement for planning of your processes. There's a requirement for supporting operations. Leadership plays a critical and fundamental role in directing the efficiency of the various processes. Performance evaluation is absolutely essential. We've seen from Eugene and CTRAC of how they help a business to monitor performance and to provide quantified information on how you're doing and performing, or how the drivers rather are performing. So a similar performance evaluation is required for all the various systems related to quality, environmental performance, health and safety, if you are in the sector, food safety, road traffic safety, etc. And the whole idea with this very structured approach is to, by monitoring and measuring, to continually improve the business and what is commonly called the PDCA cycle, which is an acronym for plan, do, check, act. And this is intended for the system to be a continually evolving, living system that's geared towards performance improvement. That's just a summary of what I've just mentioned. So you plan, you implement the plan based on the different systems, which I'll summarize in a minute or two. You implement an implementation, as we heard from various speakers. It's not just silo management. It's how does one holistically empower and involve all players in your business. So the fleet controllers, your technical staff that are managing preventive maintenance, the load planners, the dispatch staff, your security personnel. Are they checking the trucks pre-dispatch, etc.? So it's about implementing the system with the emphasis on involving and empowering all players in your business. And of course, checking, analyzing, did it work? Didn't it work? How can we change things to make sure we are getting better all the time? So this PDCA approach is common to all ISO management systems, and it's certainly during the audits, those of you who have been audited will know it's a fundamental part of the audits. So the question then is, how does one integrate these high-level strategies into the operation? And this is often the challenge, right? Those of you who are in the transport operational environment will know, how do you flesh out your high-level strategies? How do you ensure that each risk area is identified? How do you implement specific mitigating measures in terms of operating procedures, work instructions, recording mechanisms, etc.? And in this sort of picture on your screen, you'll see weight monitoring is a discipline all by itself, and the need to prevent overloading. Driver identification is crucial. Driving behavior, we've seen from C-Track, their exceptional offering to help in this regard. Engine monitoring, fuel management. Again, fuel is probably around 40% on average of input cost, and that's essential that one manages it with absolute attention to detail in order to be safe, efficient, sustainable. Tire pressures. Again, tire pressure not only is a safety critical area, but it also has a notable and market impact on fuel consumption. So how do you flesh out your strategy into specific system, into specific operational areas is a key requirement to becoming sustainable, safe, and efficient. And these are just some examples of the kind of documents, policies, and processes one would typically need to have defined, communicated, and monitored. And I'm not going to go through them in detail, but we have a toolkit. So if you are keen to understand what are the specifics associated with each of these, you're most welcome to give me a shout and I'll make that available. So in terms of some of the process examples, vehicle maintenance schedule, absolutely essential. Every truck and trailer must be defined in terms of the intervals. For trucks, it's normally kilometer-based. For trailers, it's normally time-based. So you'd have that in place. Tire management, there should be, again, a structured approach to monitoring inflation pressure and tread depth, and of course, other things like tire pattern matching, your ability to ensure that your scrap analysis is done, and also to ensure that you are doing tire surveys at least every quarter, especially if your fleet is sizable and in different parts of the country. We've spoken about this at length today. before a vehicle is allowed out onto a public road, there must be an inspection, and somebody qualified and competent, could be the driver, must make a declaration that that vehicle has been assessed for safety performance and has been deemed to be safe for operation. So those are the three typical examples of the systems that one would need to adopt and implement. So if we look at the risk-based management systems in totality, so we often see that there's a need for ISO 45001, and this is quite increasingly common now, where one uses a system like this to manage the risks in a business to protect the people at work. So your occupational health and safety risks. Then we're looking at ISO 14001, and this system specifically looks at the framework for protecting the environment and managing your risks accordingly. So vehicle emissions would be one example of the requirement of this standard. A wastewater treatment, energy consumption would be another. So these are all, so each of these systems have defined objectives, and these are subject to audit and verification as well. I've mentioned ISO 9001. Primarily, the goal of this standard is to ensure that your processes are adequately managed and robust to fulfill your specific customer requirements. And we've already heard a lot about RTMS, which is specific to commercial fleet operations and provides an exceptional platform to manage your road risk. It also enables asset protection by preventing premature damage to our road networks, and it promotes efficiency as well. So the ISO 9001 is looking at quality management systems, and it's the international standard again. ISO 14001, it helps one improve environmental performance through use of efficient resources. It does include, and there must be tangible proof that the business is committed to waste reduction and to minimizing pollution. And of course, if you are a chemical manufacturing business, your environmental objectives are quite different to if you're a transport business. But based on the context, you would then develop your system accordingly. Occupational health and safety, generally speaking, companies tend to have very good controls if they are in a specific site. And so it's a lot different to road transport, where once a truck leaves the site, it's a lot more difficult to control a truck on a public road when compared to controlling health and safety in a closed environment where the controls are a lot easier to manage and monitor. RTMS certification, as we've heard, it's the only national standard in the country. And of course, as Paul mentioned, I think initially, there's increasing adoption by neighboring SADC countries, in Namibia specifically, and Botswana as well. So in closing, the safety, efficiency, and sustainability is really three different, I think, corners of the same triangle. So sustainability is about how do we ensure that your transport business, in our case, or logistics business, is not causing undue and negative impact on the environment. How do you ensure that your business is protecting society? That includes your own driving staff, your own operations, and other road users. And of course, the economics need to be addressed. So are you delivering on your client's need, and are you doing that in an efficient manner? So that's my presentation, just conveying again and summarizing that to be sustainable, need systems that need to be monitored and effectively implemented. So I hope that's given you a snapshot of what systems are all about. And now we come to the next presentation, or the final presentation. I've said at the beginning that we've saved the best for last, and I'm sure that Florence is going to give further credence to that old adage that often rings true. So Florence is going to talk to us about the Road Freight SME Summit and awards that she has launched recently. And just to say that I think we all are keenly aware that we need to onboard more SMEs into the sector, and we need to ensure these SMEs are equipped with the resources and knowledge they need to be able to compete at a level that would enable safety and compliance to be achieved. So Florence, over to you, and yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to use this particular opportunity as a clickbait. If you're in marketing, you would know about a clickbait. It's just enough information to get your attention so that when we launch on the 31st of May, you would have heard about the summit and the awards, and you will click through and you will show it interest. And I believe we'll also probably reach out to Harry so that we can launch it also like this on the Transport Forum. Like I mentioned, great. Like I mentioned, I am Florence Musundwa. I really just consider myself as a business development strategist. And I would not necessarily bore you about my resume and the work that I do, which is largely within the SME space and women entrepreneurship. But I would would like to say, you know, there's various things that have informed, you know, why we are developing or why we'll be hosting this Road Freight SME Summit. I thank Oliver for hosting this summit, this forum, and also for inviting me. JC Auditors is one of the sponsors for the Road Freight SME Summit. So can we just give JC Auditors some claps before people? Thank you. We can see it in the chat. So we've recently just had our advisory council meeting, which, you know, I've got a couple of experts that include Oliver that sit in it, that is going to be helping us curate this particular platform. And like I said, I don't want to bore you with a presentation, but I'll just show 2 slides as to the concept, as to where it was derived from, and also my contact details. So firstly, as Florence, I've played around within the transport industry here and there. I want to claim that, you know, I ran a mentorship cohort and Anna was part of it. So I think that gives me a lot of credibility to say I do know a thing or two for, you know, for entrepreneurs. And I just also completed my master's where I looked into SME internationalization, you know, specifically for this particular industry. So with that, last year we launched together with some industry partners, we did the South African Freight Awards. I think some of you might know about them or might have heard about them. Just in brief, I hope you can see my screen. So this became really the launching pad with a couple of sponsors, industry sponsors as well. I hope you can see the screen, but this informed really what we are doing this year, because after this particular event where we managed to recognize a couple of operators in the space and SMEs, there was an apparent and a very deep need to say there's just so much more that SMEs need to know in their phases of growing and also for them to scale up, and not necessarily that. Also under the umbrella of enterprise supply development and just SME development in South Africa, we're finding corporates that are curating different, you know, enterprise supply development programs. And we would like to contribute to that particular conversations as to what are the best practices in making sure that a big, you know, company that is running an ESD program for fleet owners, what they should consider. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is really what informed it. It is really to build a platform for SMEs and also for big corporates for us to get into the insight and also the best practices as to how to grow a logistics company. I will answer the 5 W's and the H's, and then I'll be done. So I've just told you what the event is about. We will be launching on the 31st of May, full on marketing, press releases, look out for them. And I also just mentioned now that, you know, I'm going to be reaching out to Harry so that we launch it also on a webinar like this. So look out for that. It is also going to be alongside an awards evening where we'll be looking to award innovation within the road freight industry. So from innovation to the most compliant SME, to the most thriving women SME and a youth-owned, and a couple of categories. I have also extensively just told you about the why part of this. I think I cannot overemphasize, even today, it's even more evident that it's so nuanced. Growth and scaling logistics or a fleet company is so nuanced, and we need to make sure that we provide our SMEs or the industry at large with enough insight and technical insight, also different solutions for them to be able to build businesses that last. Who will be invited? We hope to really convene the industry, but our focus will be the SMEs, and we're looking for people that have no less than a fleet of 5, and also possible solution providers, you know, in that space. When will we be doing this? I call it the Road to October. As we all know, in South Africa, October, it's Transport Month. Our host sponsor is Sun International, so it's going to be here in Sandton and Maslow. I hope to grow it, and we can, you know, move to Durban and move to Cape Town over time. And how will it be? It's going to be really a form or format of a conference with master classes and also an awards evening. So with that, I think this is just enough information to tell you about it, and just for you to really look out for all the marketing collateral that will be going out. I'm very honored to have some of the people, very reputable brands that are backing this initiative, and also that are sponsoring it. So I will just do a slide with my contact details. You can just do a quick picture of my, let's see, my contact details. I didn't want to get into too much of that. There are my contact details, my cell phone number, and also my email address for them that are interested. I believe that is enough for now. And I will be seeing you seeing you hopefully, and also engaging with some of the people that are interested. And thank you very much, Oliver, for this opportunity. And let us, them that are very keen, please do contact me, and I look forward to curating a platform that will be a catalyst for SMEs in the road freight industry. Thank you.
Great, Florence. Thank you very much. What you just said to me is, watch this space, right? Great. Well, we look forward to see how it grows, Florence, your initiative. And I think, as I said at the outset, there's a great need in the country to adequately resource and ensure that the SMEs are building on foundations that can sustain them and allow them to grow. So yeah, we will definitely look forward to partner and discuss further. Great. So Harry, I think that brings us to the end of today. Yeah, that's the last presentation. So I know we didn't have a chance to take questions, but Harry, I'm going to hand over to you now and see if there's any questions. And there are a number of us that presented that are still on the platform. So perhaps we can, those of us who have presented, turn on our cameras and deal with any questions that might be there. Harry, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. Indeed, those of the panelists, they're welcome to unmute so that I can see on the list who's available. And then I can spotlight, to the camera. So please switch on your camera and unmute, and then I can pick you up on the system. Or could you switch on your camera, Paul Nordinen?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
I'm just going to put a shirt on. Sorry, Oliver.
Yeah, okay. So
You weren't joking. I thought you were joking.
right. Let me see. Am I missing out somebody?
Sean, I'm going to take a screenshot. Yeah, I was going to say, just adjust your camera.
Yeah.
I'll get your shirt in the screenshot.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice and warm in Pretoria today.
Yeah. All right. So, people, those of you who have a question, you're welcome to raise your hand, or you can merely unmute yourself, and then we can see you on the list. And once you've unmuted and when recognized, you can ask a question then. Oliver, seems to me that everybody's happy. Maybe we take, let me see, Anna's there as well. So there's Anna as well. Maybe we can take closing remarks from all of you, and then Oliver can close the session for us. Maybe we can start there with Elke, then we take Sean, then we take Mary, then we take Anna, and then Oliver will close if I'm not skipping somebody. So Elke, maybe some closing comments.
No, just thank you. Thanks for inviting us. Thanks for making us part of this amazing forum. I think it was very informative, and thanks to all the speakers and hosts.
Thank you, Elke. Let's have Sean.
Thank you for having us. Thank you very much. It was very thought-provoking. What was nice for me was that without even knowing, so everybody's presentation kind of flowed into one another. So many things that somebody said, somebody else mentioned, and it actually tied up without, I think, foresight or planning, which means we're all on the right road for the safety of our people, which is fantastic. And yeah, thank you, Harry, and thank you, Oliver. It's really great to be here, and all my other co-presenters. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sean. Mary.
I think from my side, thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah, like Sean has said, it was amazing to see how we all spoke about same issues with different areas. And I hope the audience that were in the call, they have actually gained something. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more sessions like this where we can even expand on other things. But yeah, thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you, Harry, and thank you, all the presenters.
Thank you, Mary. Really appreciate your time. Anna.
Good afternoon again. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone, especially Oliver, for inviting me to this platform. It is really a pleasure for me as an SMME. I got to learn a lot. Cross borders and most other presenters showed me that I still have a long way to go with regard to accreditations. I really appreciate that I managed to share the platform with the likes of Bossis Mary. From now on, I know who I'm gonna knock on on the door to say, come and assist, and so forth. We really appreciate the support we're getting from organizations like this, especially as SMMEs, and the support that we get from you. Yeah, and it was a very informative session, and thank you to everyone that was part of the platform.
Indeed, very informative. Thank you so much, Anna. Really appreciate your time as well. See, we've got Dr. Paul as well. Paul.
Thanks, Harry. Yes, it was a great session, I believe. I also was impressed with the integration of the themes from many of the speakers. it's always good to have from the horse's mouth. So it's great to have transport operators presenting and saying what for example, what the RTMS means to them and the value that it adds. It's easy for someone like me to promote, which is what we are about. We're trying to promote the standard, but it's adds a lot more value when you have someone like Mary and Anna just sharing, as an operator. And then lastly, I think it's the private sector's really got to take an initiative with these challenges that we face, the safety on the roads, efficiency. We can't just sit back and hope for the government to sort things out. In terms of road freight transport, I think the private sector's got a huge role to play, and we can make a huge difference. So thanks very much for inviting me as well.
Thank you, Paul. Indeed, the private sector playing a very important role. Thank you so much for helping us doing that. Thank you, Paul. From a Transport Forum side, before I give Oliver opportunity, from a Transport Forum side, thank you so much for all our sponsors and our panelists. Thank you, Oliver, for being a very good MC for us today once again. And thank you for your excellent support and keeping the Transport Forum going as well. So Oliver, thank you very much. Over to you to close the session for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. Well, I just want to say a big thank you to each one of you. I know how busy you all are, and it's great that you could take time off your busy schedules to share your knowledge and to help, collaborate. And I think there's no silver bullet to the challenges we face in our own business operations and in the broader transport sector in the country. And having said there's no silver bullet, we got to start somewhere. And I think let's keep talking, let's keep working, let's keep innovating in our little spaces we occupy. And over time, let's hope that we make a dent in the poor road safety record we have on the roads. So thanks a million again to presenters and for all the other folk that have joined. And we'd welcome any further comments or discussions. I think you've got most of our email addresses. I mean, behind me is the JC Auditors website. If you'd like any further information, please feel free to drop us a mail. If there's information you want on PBS, and I really think it's a phenomenal initiative, Paul will be glad to assist and discuss further. So with that, thanks everybody. Have a fantastic afternoon. Stay safe, keep focused, and enjoy it. And Paul, you can take your shirt back off.
Thanks, Oliver.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.